Chapter 1. Pain. So painful. My head hurts. The grotesque dream full of whispers quickly shattered. Zhou Mingrue, who was sleeping soundly, felt an abnormal throbbing pain in his head, as if someone had hit him with a stick. No, it was more like a sharp object had pierced his sun acupoint and stirred it. Hiss. In a daze, Zhou Mingrue wanted to turn over, cover his head, and sit up, but he couldn't move his limbs at all. He seemed to have lost control of his body. It seems that I haven't really woken up yet. I'm still in a dream. Maybe there will be a situation where I think I'm awake, but in fact, I'm still asleep. Zhou Mingrue, who was no stranger to such encounters, tried his best to focus his mind to completely get rid of the shackles of darkness and illusion. However, when he was half asleep, his mind was always fleeting like smoke, difficult to control and difficult to restrain. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't help but let his thoughts wander and distracting thoughts appear. Everything was fine. Why did he suddenly have a headache in the middle of the night? And it was so painful. Could it be a cerebral hemorrhage or something? F***ck, am I going to die young like this? Hurry up and wake up. Hurry up and wake up. It doesn't seem to hurt as much as before? But his brain still felt like it was being slowly cut by a blunt knife. Looks like I can't continue sleeping. How am I going to work tomorrow? How am I going to work? If I have a real headache, of course I'll take a day off. I don't have to be afraid of the manager's nagging. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem bad. I'll be able to steal half a day of leisure. The waves of pain allowed Zhou Mingrue to accumulate illusory power bit by bit. Finally, he straightened his back and opened his eyes, completely getting rid of the half-asleep state. Zhou Mingrue's vision was blurry at first, and then it was covered with a faint crimson. Zhou Mingrue saw a wooden desk in front of him, and in the middle of it was an open notebook. The paper was rough and yellowed, and there was a sentence written in strange letters at the top of the notebook. The ink was dark and eye-catching. On the left side of the notebook, there was a neat stack of books, about 7 or 8 of them. On the right side of the wall, there was a grayish-white pipe and a wall lamp connected to the pipe. This lamp was very classical, about half the size of an adult's head. The inner layer was transparent glass, and the outside was a grid of black metal. Diagonally below the extinguished wall lamp, a black ink bottle shrouded in a pale red brilliance, the bumps on its surface forming a vague angel pattern. In front of the ink bottle, on the right side of the notebook, a dark fountain pen with a round belly was sitting quietly. The tip of the pen was glimmering, and the cap of the pen was placed next to a brass revolver. Handgun? A revolver? Zhou Mingrue was stunned. Everything in front of him was so strange. It was completely different from his own room. While he was stunned and at a loss, he found that the desk, notebook, ink bottle, and revolver were all covered with a layer of crimson veil. It was the light shining through the window. Subconsciously, he raised his head and shifted his gaze upwards. In midair, above the black velvet curtain, a scarlet full moon hung high and shone peacefully. Zhou Mingrue was inexplicably terrified. He suddenly stood up, but before he could straighten his legs, he felt a throbbing pain in his head, which made him temporarily lose his strength. His center of gravity involuntarily dropped, and his butt hit the hardwood chair. But the pain didn't affect him. Zhou Mingrue pressed his hand on the table and stood up again. He turned around in a panic and sized up his surroundings. It wasn't a big room. There was a brown door on the left and right, and against the opposite wall was a wooden bunk bed. Between it and the left door was a cupboard. The top was open, and below it were 5 drawers. At the edge of the cupboard, at the height of a person, there was also a grayish-white pipe embedded in the wall, but it was connected to a strange mechanical device. There were a few exposed gears and bearings. In the right corner of the wall near the desk was something that looked like a coal stove, as well as a soup pot, iron pot, and other kitchen utensils. Past the right door was a dressing mirror with 2 cracks. The patterns on the wooden base were simple and plain. Sweeping his gaze, Zhou Mingrue vaguely saw himself in the mirror. His present self. Black hair, brown eyes, linen shirt, thin body, ordinary facial features, and a rather deep outline, this. Zhou Mingrue immediately drew a cold breath as many helpless and messy guesses surged in his mind. The revolver, the classical European and American style, and the crimson moon that was completely different from Earth. All of these pointed to a certain matter. I can't have transmigrated, right? Zhou Mingrue's mouth opened bit by bit. He grew up reading online novels and often had fantasies about such things, but when he really encountered it, he found it hard to accept. This is probably what they mean by Lord Yi likes dragons? After a few seconds, Zhou Mingrue lampooned himself, trying to find joy in his misery. If not for the pain in his head, which made his thoughts tense and clear, he would definitely have suspected that he was dreaming. Calm, calm, calm. Taking a few deep breaths, Zhou Mingrue tried his best not to panic. At that moment, as his body and mind calmed down, memory fragments suddenly jumped out and slowly appeared in his mind. Klein Moretti, from Tianjin City, Awa County, Kingdom of Ruan in the northern continent. He was a recent graduate of Koei University's history department. His father was a sergeant in the Royal Army. He had sacrificed himself in the colonial conflict in the southern continent. The pension he received in exchange for it gave Klein the opportunity to attend a private grammar school, which laid the foundation for him to enter university. His mother was a believer of the Evernight goddess. She passed away the year Klein passed the entrance exam to Koei University. He also had an older brother and younger sister. They lived together in a two-bedroom apartment. His family wasn't wealthy, and it could even be said that they weren't doing well. They were currently relying on his brother, who worked as a clerk in an import and export company. As a history graduate, Klein had mastered ancient Fasak, which was said to be the source of all languages in the northern continent, as well as Hermes, which often appeared in ancient mausoleums and was related to sacrifices and prayers. Hermes? Zhou Mingrue's heart stirred as he reached out to press on his throbbing son, acupoint. He cast his gaze at the notebook on the desk and felt that the line of text on the yellowed paper had turned from strange to unfamiliar, from unfamiliar to familiar, and from familiar to decipherable. These were words written in Hermes. The deep, dark ink said, "Everyone will die, including me." Gasp! Zhou Mingrue was inexplicably horrified as he instinctively leaned back in an attempt to distance himself from the notebook and the line of text. He was very weak and nearly fell. He hurriedly reached out to hold on to the edge of the table and felt the air around him turn restless. There were faint murmurs echoing in his ears, giving him the feeling of listening to an elder tell a horror story when he was young. Shaking his head, everything was just an illusion. Zhou Mingrue regained his footing and moved his gaze away from the notebook as he panted heavily. At this moment, his gaze landed on the shimmering brass revolver, and a question suddenly arose in his mind. With Klein's family circumstances, how could he have the money and channels to buy a revolver? Zhou Mingrue couldn't help but frown. While in deep thought, he suddenly realized that there was a red handprint on the edge of the desk. The color was darker than the moonlight and thicker than the veil. It was a bloody handprint. Bloody handprint? Zhou Mingrue subconsciously flipped over his right hand that had been pressing down on the edge of the table. He looked down and saw that his palm and fingers were covered in blood. At the same time, the throbbing pain in his head continued. It was slightly weaker, but it was continuous. I can't have broken my head, right? Zhou Mingrue guessed as he turned around and walked towards the cracked mirror. After a few steps, a figure with a medium build, black hair, brown eyes, and an obvious scholarly aura clearly entered his field of vision. This is the current me, Klein Moretti? Zhou Mingrue was taken aback. As there wasn't enough light in the middle of the night, he couldn't see clearly. Hence, he continued walking forward until he was just one step away from hitting the mirror. Under the crimson moonlight that resembled a veil, he turned his head and checked the condition of his forehead. Chapter 2. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou Mingrue took a few steps back in shock. It was as if he wasn't looking at himself in the mirror, but a dried corpse. How could someone with such a serious wound still be alive? He turned his head in disbelief and checked the other side. Even though he was further away and the light was blurry, he could still see the wound and the dark red bloodstains. Zhou Mingrue took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He pressed his left hand to his chest and felt his heart beating rapidly and vigorously. Then, he touched his exposed skin. It was slightly cold, but there was a warm flow of blood flowing on it. He squatted down and confirmed that his knees could still bend. Zhou Mingrue stood up again, no longer panicking. "What's going on?" he muttered with a frown, intending to check the wound on his head again. He took 2 steps forward and suddenly stopped. The blood moon outside the window was relatively dim and not enough for a serious check. A memory fragment surfaced. Zhou Mingrue turned to look at the grayish-white pipe and the wall lamp surrounded by metal grids on the wall next to the desk. This was the current mainstream gas lamp. The flame was stable and the lighting effect was excellent. With Klein Moretti's family situation, he shouldn't even dream of using a kerosene lamp, much less a gas lamp. Using candles was the only way to express his identity and status. However, 4 years ago, when he stayed up late to study for the entrance exam to Koei University, his brother Banson felt that it was an important matter for the family's future. He wanted to create good conditions for him even if he had to borrow money. Of course, Banson, who was literate and had worked for several years, was definitely not a rash, incompetent, or reckless person. He used the excuse that installing a gas pipe would improve the apartment's quality and facilitate future rentals to trick the landlord into paying for the basic renovations. He then used the convenience of working for an import and export company to obtain the new gas lamp at a near-cost price. He only used his savings and didn't borrow money from anyone. The fragments flickered past. Zhou Mingrue returned to the desk, opened the pipe valve, and twisted the gas lamp switch. Click, click, click. The sound of friction could be heard, but the light didn't come as Zhou Mingrue expected. Click, click, click. He twisted a few more times, but the gas lamp remained dim. Zhou Mingrue retracted his hand and pressed on his left sun point. He extracted the memory fragments to find the cause. After a few seconds, he turned around and walked to the side of the door. He came to a mechanical device that was also embedded in the wall and connected by the same grayish-white pipe. This was the gas meter. Looking at the exposed gears and bearings, Zhou Mingrue took out a coin from his pocket. It was dark yellow in color and shone with a coppery luster. The front was engraved with the head of a man wearing a crown, and the number 1 surrounded by wheat ears. Zhou Mingrue knew that this was the most basic currency in the Lone Kingdom. It was called a copper penny. The actual purchasing power of a penny was equivalent to 3 or 4 yuan before his transmigration. There were also 5 pence, half pence, and a quarter pence for this coin, but they were still not refined enough. In daily life, he would still need to gather them to purchase items from time to time. Zhou Mingrue flipped the copper penny that was only issued when King George III ascended the throne a few times. He then pinched it and stuffed it into the slender mouth of the gas meter. Ding, ding, ding! As the penny fell to the bottom of the meter, the sound of gears turning rang out, playing a short but beautiful mechanical melody. Zhou Mingrue stared at it for a few seconds before returning to the wooden desk. He reached out and twisted the gas lamp's switch. Click, click, click. A flame ignited and quickly grew. The bright light first occupied the inside of the wall lamp, then passed through the transparent glass and covered the room in a warm color. The darkness suddenly shrank, and crimson retreated out of the window. Zhou Mingrue felt inexplicably relieved and quickly walked to the dressing mirror. This time, he carefully examined the position of the sun point, not missing a single detail. After a few comparisons, he found that other than the initial bloodstains, there was no more liquid flowing out of the hideous wound, as if it had received the best hemostasis and bandage. the slowly wriggling grayish-white brain, and the flesh of the wound that was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye indicated that it was about to heal. Perhaps in 30 to 40 minutes, or perhaps 2 to 3 hours, there would only be shallow marks left. The healing effect of transmigration? Zhou Mingrue curled the right corner of his mouth and whispered silently. Then, he let out a long breath. No matter what the reason was, at least he was still alive. Calming himself down, he pulled open the drawer, took out a small bar of soap, and took one of the tattered towels hanging next to the cupboard. Then, he opened the door and walked to the bathroom on the second floor. I have to clean up the bloodstains on my head, lest I always look like a crime scene. It doesn't matter if I scare myself, but if I scare my sister, Melissa, who has to get up early tomorrow, then things won't end well. The corridor outside the door was dark, and only the crimson moonlight that spilled in from the window at the end barely outlined the protruding objects, making them look like pairs of monster eyes silently watching the living in the deep night. Zhou Mingrue lightened his footsteps and walked to the washroom in a rather fearful manner. Inside, the moonlight was even brighter, and everything became clear. Zhou Mingrue stood in front of the sink and turned on the tap. The sound of water entered his ears, and he suddenly thought of the landlord, Mr. Frankie. As the water fee was included in the rent, this short and thin gentleman, who wore a top hat, vest, and a black suit, would always come and patrol the bathrooms to eavesdrop on the sound of running water. If the sound of water splashing was loud, Mr. Frankie would not be gentlemanly. He would swing his cane fiercely and hit the bathroom door, shouting, "Darn thief! Waste is a shameful thing. I'll remember you. If I see you one more time, take your filthy luggage and get out. Trust me, this is the best apartment in all of Tianjin. You won't be able to find a more generous landlord than me." Reining in his thoughts, Zhou Mingrue wet a towel and washed the bloodstains on his face over and over again. After he looked at the tattered mirror in the bathroom and confirmed that there were only hideous wounds and a pale face, Zhou Mingrue felt a lot more relaxed. He then took off his linen shirt and used the soap to wash away the bloodstains. At that moment, he frowned, thinking that there might be other problems. The wounds were exaggerated, and there were many bloodstains. Other than his own body, there should be other traces in the room. After a few minutes, Zhou Mingrue cleaned up his linen shirt and quickly returned home with a wet towel. He first wiped the bloody handprints on the study table, then used the light from the gas lamp to search for other traces. As he searched, he immediately discovered that there were many splatters of blood on the floor and the bottom of the study table. There was also a yellowish bullet on the wall to his left. Pressed the revolver against the sun acupoint and fired? With the clues connected, Zhou Mingrue roughly understood the cause of Klein's death. He wasn't in a hurry to verify it. Instead, he carefully wiped away the bloodstains and cleaned up the scene. Then, he took the bullet and returned to the study table. He opened the revolver's cylinder to the left and poured out the bullet. Pop, pop, pop. There were a total of 5 bullets and 1 cartridge, all of them flowing with a brass luster. As expected, Zhou Mingrue looked at the empty cartridge and nodded slightly as he stuffed the bullets back into the revolver. He shifted his gaze to the left and saw the words, "Everyone will die, including me," written on the open notebook. Following that, more questions arose in his mind. Where did the gun come from? Was it a suicide or was it disguised as a suicide? What kind of trouble could a commoner graduate from the history department get into? How could such a method of suicide leave such a small amount of bloodstains? Is it because I transmigrated in time and received healing benefits? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Mingrue changed into another linen shirt and sat on a chair. He began thinking about more important matters. Klein's encounter wasn't his main concern at the moment. The real problem was figuring out why he transmigrated and whether he could transmigrate back. Parents, relatives, best friends, the rich and colorful world of the internet, all sorts of delicacies. All of these were reasons for his urgent desire to return. Pop, pop, pop. Zhou Mingrue's right hand subconsciously swung the revolver's cylinder before retracting it again and again. This period of time isn't much different from the past. It's just that I'm a little unlucky. How did I transmigrate for no reason? Unlucky. Right, I did a luck enhancement ritual before dinner tonight. A bolt of lightning streaked across Zhou Mingrue's mind, illuminating his fog-covered memories. As a qualified keyboard politician, keyboard historian, keyboard economist, keyboard biologist, and keyboard folklorist, he had always claimed to know a little of everything. Of course, his best friends often mocked him for knowing a little of everything. And astrology was one of them. Last year, when he returned to his hometown, he had found a thread-bound vertical edition of the Qin and Han dynasties' secret astrology records at an old bookstall. It looked rather interesting, and he felt that it would help him posture online. Therefore, he bought it. Unfortunately, his interest came and went quickly. The vertical edition made it difficult to read. He had only flipped through the beginning before throwing the book into a corner. Over the past month, he had been unlucky. He had lost his cell phone, clients had run away, and he had made mistakes at work. Only then did he recall that there was a luck enhancement ritual at the beginning of the astrology record. Furthermore, the requirements were extremely simple. It did not require any foundation. All he needed to do was get 4 portions of the staple food from the area and place them in the 4 corners of the room. It could be on a table or on a cabinet. Then, he would stand in the middle of the room and take 4 steps in a counterclockwise direction to form a square. The first step was to sincerely recite, "The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings." The second step was to recite, "The celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings." The third step was to recite, "The Emperor of heaven and earth for blessings." The fourth step was to recite, "The celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings." After he was done, he had to close his eyes and wait for 5 minutes. The ritual would be considered a success. With the mentality that it didn't cost him any money, he took out the book and did it before dinner. However, nothing happened at that time. Who knew that he would transmigrate in the middle of the night? He had transmigrated. It's definitely because of the luck enhancement ritual. Yes, I'll try it here tomorrow. If it's really because of it, then I have a chance of transmigrating back. Zhou Mingrue stopped shaking the revolver and suddenly sat up straight. Regardless, he had to give it a try. Even if it was a dead horse, he had to try it. Chapter 3. After confirming the plan, Zhou Mingrue immediately found his backbone. His fear, hesitation, and insecurity were all curled up in a corner. Only then did he have the mood to carefully examine Klein's remaining memory fragments. Zhou Mingrue habitually stood up and closed the pipe valve. He watched the wall lights slowly dim until they were extinguished. He sat down again, subconsciously stroking the brass revolver's revolver while pressing his hand to the side of his head. In the crimson darkness, he quietly reminisced, like the most attentive audience member in a movie theater. Perhaps due to the impact of the bullet, Klein's memory was like shattered glass. Not only did it lose its coherence, but there were also many areas that were clearly missing content. For example, where did the intricately made revolver come from? Was it a suicide or murder? What did the phrase, "Everyone will die, including me," in the notebook mean? Did he participate in anything strange 2 days before the incident? Not only were these specific memories fragmented and incomplete, even the knowledge he grasped was the same. In his current state, Zhou Mingrue believed that if Klein returned to university, he would probably not be able to graduate, even if he had only left campus for a few days and had not relaxed at all. In 2 days, I have to attend an interview for Tianjin University's history department. The universities in the Ruan Kingdom have a tradition of not directly retaining their graduates. My tutor gave me a recommendation letter from Tianjin University and Baekeland University. As Zhou Mingrue silently watched, the crimson moon set in the west and gradually sank until a faint light appeared in the east. The horizon was dyed gold. At this moment there was movement in the room. Soon, footsteps approached the isolation door. Melissa is awake. She's as punctual as ever. Zhou Mingrue smiled. Influenced by Klein's memories, he felt that Melissa was like looking at his biological sister. However, I don't have a biological sister. He then lampooned. Melissa was different from Banson and Klein. Her early education was not completed in the Sunday school of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. When she reached the age of schooling, the Ruan Kingdom enacted the Elementary Education Act and established the Elementary and Secondary Education Committee. They also provided special funding and increased investment. In just 3 years, under the premise of incorporating many churches' schools, many public elementary schools were established. They strictly maintained the principle of religious neutrality and did not involve themselves in the disputes between the Lord of Storms, the Evernight Goddess, and the god of steam and machinery. Compared to the Sunday school, which only cost 1 copper penny a week, the public elementary school's tuition fee of 3 pence a week was quite expensive. However, the former only studied 1 day a week on Sundays, while the latter had to attend classes 6 days a week. Overall, the price was so low that it was almost free. Melissa was different from most girls. She liked gears, springs, bearings, and other things since she was young. She was determined to become a steam engine mechanic. Her eldest brother, Banson, who had suffered a cultural disadvantage, understood the importance of education. Just like how he supported Klein's university studies, he supported his sister's dream. After all, Tianjin Technical School was only considered a secondary education. There was no need for her to go to grammar school or public school to gain experience. Last July, the 15-year-old Melissa passed the entrance exam and became a member of the Tianjin Technical School's School of Steam and Machinery. Her weekly tuition fee was also raised to 9 pence. At the same time, the import and export company that Banson worked for was affected by the situation in the southern continent. Be it profits or business volume, they had shrunk greatly. They had no choice but to lay off more than a third of their staff. In order to keep his job and maintain his lifestyle, Banson could only accept more arduous tasks. He had to work overtime frequently or go on business trips to places with harsh environments, just like what he had been doing for the past few days. It wasn't that Klein didn't want to help his brother bear the burden, but as a commoner who had been admitted into an ordinary grammar school, he felt strongly that he was lacking the moment he entered university. For example, the ancient Fasak language, which was the origin language of all the countries in the northern continent, was something that children of nobility and the wealthy had to learn from a young age. However, he had only come into contact with it in university. There were many similar aspects. Klein had used all his strength, often staying up late and waking up early, to barely catch up to others and successfully graduate with average grade. Memories of his brother and sister flashed through Zhou Mingrue's mind. Only when the doorknob turned and the door creaked open did he jolt awake. He recalled that he was holding a revolver in his hand. This is a semi-controlled item. It will scare the kids. Also, there's also the wound on my head. Seeing that Melissa was about to come out, Zhou Mingrue pressed down on his son acupoint and hurriedly pulled open the desk drawer. He threw the revolver inside and smashed it with a bang. What happened? Melissa heard the commotion and looked over in puzzlement. She was in the prime of her youth. Even though she didn't have much to eat and her face was thin and slightly pale, her skin was still glowing and exuded the aura of a young girl. Seeing his sister's brown eyes looking at him, Zhou Mingrue forced himself to calm down. He picked up the item near his hand and calmly closed the drawer to hide the existence of the revolver. The touch of his other hand on his son acupoint confirmed that the wound had already healed. He took out a silver-white vine-leaf pattern pocket watch from the drawer. He pressed the top lightly and the cover popped open. It was the most valuable item left behind by the father of the 3 siblings, the Royal Army Sergeant. But second-hand goods were second-hand goods after all. In recent years, there had been problems from time to time. Even after finding a watchmaker to repair it, it was still the same. This embarrassed Banson, who liked to bring it along to raise his status, so he simply left it at home. It had to be said that Melissa might really have a talent for machinery. After mastering the theoretical knowledge, she began to use the tools from the technical school to tinker with the pocket watch. Recently, she even claimed that she had repaired it. Zhou Mingrue watched the cover pop open and saw that the second hand had stopped moving. He subconsciously turned the top, intending to wind the pocket watch. However, after turning it a few times, there was still no sound of the spring being wound. The second hand remained motionless. It seems to be broken again. He looked at his sister, looking for something to say. Melissa glanced at him expressionlessly. She quickly walked over and took the pocket watch. She stood where she was and pulled out the button at the top of the pocket watch. After turning it a few times, there was the sound of the second hand ticking. Normally, shouldn't pulling it out be to adjust the time? Zhou Mingrue's expression suddenly became dull. At this moment, the distant bell of the cathedral rang 6 times in a row, distant and ethereal. Melissa listened attentively and pulled the button at the top of the pocket watch higher. Then, she turned it continuously and adjusted the time. "It's done," she said briefly and emotionlessly. Then, she pressed the top back and returned the pocket watch to Zhou Mingrue. Zhou Mingrue awkwardly but politely returned a smile. Melissa gave her brother a deep look, then turned to the cupboard. She took a toothbrush, a towel, and other things, then opened the door and went to the public bathroom. Why did her expression just now have a hint of disgust and helplessness? The look of concern for her retarded brother? Zhou Mingrue shook his head and chuckled. With a click, he closed the pocket watch and opened it again. As he repeated this action, he thought of a problem. Without a silencer, Klein had committed suicide. Well, for the time being, it could be considered suicide. His suicide definitely caused quite a commotion, but Melissa, who was just a wall away, didn't notice it at all. Was she sleeping too soundly? Or was Klein's suicide itself full of mysteries? Click, open, click, close. When Melissa returned from washing up, she saw her brother's subconscious action of opening and closing the pocket watch. Her gaze was once again mixed with helplessness, and she said in a sweet voice, "Klein, take out the rest of the bread. Remember to buy new ones today. Also, meat and peas. You're going for your interview soon. I'll make you stewed lamb with peas." As she spoke, she moved the stove out from the corner and used the remaining charcoal to start a fire and boil a pot of hot water. Before the water boiled, she opened the bottom drawer of the cupboard and took out a can of inferior tea leaves like it was a treasure. She sprinkled about 10 pieces into the pot, pretending that it was real tea. After pouring 2 cups each, Melissa and Zhou Mingrue shared 2 pieces of rye bread with the tea. There were no sawdust or too much gluten, but it still didn't taste good. Zhou Mingrue was currently weak and hungry. He relied on the tea and forced himself to swallow the bread while cursing. After a few minutes, Melissa finished eating. She combed her black hair, which hung down to her back, and looked at Zhou Mingrue. "Remember to buy new bread. Only 8 pounds. The weather is hot and too much will spoil easily. Also, lamb and peas. Remember." As expected of a caring brother, she has to emphasize it again. Zhou Mingrue smiled and nodded. Okay. With regards to a pound in the Ruan Kingdom, Zhou Mingrue compared it with Klein's memory and believed that it was closer to the pound he was used to, which was half a kilogram. Melissa didn't say anything else. She got up and packed the last piece of bread for lunch. She put on the tattered gauze hat her mother had left behind, picked up the bag she had sewn to carry her books and stationery, and prepared to leave. It wasn't Sunday, and she had to attend classes for the entire day. It took about 50 minutes to walk from the apartment to Tianjin Technical School. There were public carriages that cost 1 penny per kilometer. The maximum fare in the city was 4 pence, and it was 6 pence in the suburbs. To save money, Melissa had to leave early and walk there herself. Just as she opened the door, she stopped in her tracks and turned around. Klein, don't buy too much lamb and peas. Banson might only be back on Sunday. Yes, remember that the bread is only 8 pounds. Okay, Zhou Mingrui replied helplessly. At the same time, he repeated the word Sunday a few times in his mind. In the northern continent, a year was also split into 12 months. A year had 365 to 366 days, and a week also had 7 days. The former was a result of astronomy, which made Zhou Mingrui suspect that this was a parallel world. The latter was a result of religion, as there were 7 orthodox deities in the northern continent: the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, the Evernight goddess, Earth Mother, the god of war, and the god of steam and machinery. After watching his sister close the door and leave, Zhou Mingrui suddenly sighed and quickly shifted his thoughts to the luck enhancement ritual. Sorry, I really want to go home. Chapter 4. He sat back in his chair until the cathedral's bell rang 7 times in a row. Only then did Zhou Mingrui slowly stand up, walk to the cupboard, and take out his clothes. He was wearing a black vest, a suit of the same color, trousers that were slightly tight around the ankles, and a half-top hat. When Zhou Mingrui looked at himself in the mirror, he felt like he was watching an English drama about the Victorian era. I'm not going for an interview. I'm just buying some groceries and preparing the ingredients for the luck enhancement ritual. He suddenly mumbled softly as he shook his head and laughed. Klein was so concerned about the upcoming interview that it turned into an instinct. When he wasn't focused enough, he would habitually wear the only decent set of clothes he had. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrui took off his suit and vest, changing into an old brownish-yellow coat. He also changed into a felt hat of the same color with round edges. After tidying himself up, he walked to the side of the bunk bed, lifted up the cushion, and reached his hand into an inconspicuous hole at the bottom. After searching for a while, he found the interlayer. When he retracted his right hand, there was a roll of notes in his palm. There were about 8 of them, and they were dark green with a hint of white. This was all of Banson's savings, including his living expenses for the next 3 days. There were only 2 5-soldi notes, and the rest were 1 soldi note. In the Ruan Kingdom's currency system, the soldi was the second tier. It originated from ancient silver coins. 1 soldi was equivalent to 12 copper pennies, and there were 2 denominations, 1 and 5. At the top of the currency was the gold pound. It was also a type of paper currency, but it was backed by gold and was directly pegged. 1 gold pound was equivalent to 20 soldi, and there were 3 denominations, 1, 5, and 10. Zhou Mingrui unfolded the notes and caught a very faint scent of special ink. It was the smell of money. Perhaps it was due to the influence of Klein's memory fragments, or perhaps it was because of his unchanging desire for money, but at that instant, Zhou Mingrui felt that he had fallen in love with these little guys. Look, their designs are so exquisite, making the stern and old-fashioned George III with his mustache look so adorable. Look, the watermark that can be seen through the sunlight is so alluring. The meticulously designed anti-counterfeiting label makes it completely different from the coquettish imitations. After admiring it for dozens of seconds, Zhou Mingrui pulled out 2 1 soldi notes, rolled the rest up, and stuffed it back into the inner compartment of the mat. Zhou Mingrui smoothed the cloth around the hole and folded the 2 notes neatly. He put them in the left pocket of his brownish-yellow jacket and separated them from the few pennies in his trouser pocket. After doing all this, he put the key into his right pocket, took the dark brown paper bag, and quickly walked to the door. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps slowed down and finally stopped. Zhou Mingrui stood by the door, his brows furrowed. There were many mysteries surrounding Klein's suicide. Would he encounter an accident if he went out like this? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Mingrui returned to the desk, opened the drawer, and took out the revolver that shone with a brass luster. This was the only defensive weapon he could think of, and it was also a powerful weapon. Although he had never practiced shooting before, he was sure that he would be able to intimidate people with this pistol. Rubbing the cold metal cylinder, Zhou Mingrue stuffed the pistol into the pocket where the notes were. He gripped the notes tightly in his palm and pressed his fingers on the gun's handle, perfectly concealing it. A sense of security welled up in him, and he, who knew a little about everything, suddenly had a worry. Could it have fired by mistake? As thoughts flooded his mind, Zhou Mingrue quickly found an idea. He pulled out the pistol, swung the cylinder to the left, and moved the empty cartridge that had been emptied due to the suicide to the firing position. Then, he snapped it shut. This way, even if it went off, it would only be an empty bullet. After stuffing the pistol back in, Zhou Mingrue's left hand remained in his pocket and didn't take it out again. He pressed down on his hat with his right hand, pulled open the door, and left with a bang. The corridor was still dark during the day, and the sunlight that seeped through the window at the end was rather limited. Zhou Mingrue quickly walked down the stairs and left the apartment before feeling the radiance and warmth. Although it was close to July and midsummer, Tianjin was located to the north of the Kingdom of Ruan. It had a unique climate, and the highest temperature of the year was less than 30 degrees Celsius on Earth. It was even cooler in the morning, and the streets were filled with dirty water and littered with trash. In Klein's memory, it was not rare to see such a scene in a low-income area, even if there were sewers. This was because of the large number of people and the quality of life. Come, come, come. Delicious pan-fried fish. Hot and fresh oyster soup. Drink a bowl in the morning and you'll be invigorated for the whole day. Fresh fish from the port, only 5 pence each. Muffins, eel soup with ginger beer. Conches, conches, conches. Vegetables freshly harvested from the farms outside the city, cheap and fresh. Mobile street vendors selling vegetables, fruits, and cooked food shouted loudly as they called out to the passers-by who were in a hurry. Some of them would stop and carefully compare their purchases, while others would impatiently wave their hands because they had not found a job for the day. Zhou Mingrue sniffed the air, which was filled with a mixture of stench and fragrance. His left hand gripped the gun handle tightly, and his right hand pressed down on his round-brimmed felt hat. He bent his back slightly, lowered his head, and walked through the bustling street. There were thieves wherever there were people, especially in this street where there were many unemployed people working temporary jobs and starving children. As he walked forward, the density of the crowd returned to normal. Zhou Mingrue straightened his back again, raised his head, and looked at the street. There was a wandering accordion musician playing, and the melody was sometimes melodious and sometimes passionate. Beside him, there were many children dressed in rags, their faces sallow from malnutrition. They listened to the music and followed the beat, twisting their bodies according to their instincts, dancing a self-created dance. Their faces were filled with joy, as if they were little princes or angels. A woman with a numb expression passed by. Her skirt was dirty and her skin was dull. Her eyes were dull and lifeless. Only when she looked at the group of children would there be a glimmer in them, as if she was seeing herself from 30 years ago. Zhou Mingrue overtook her, turned into another street, and stopped in front of Slyn Bakery. The owner of the bakery was a granny in her 70s. Her name was Wendy Slyn. Her hair was completely gray, and her face was always brimming with a warm smile. For as long as Klein could remember, she had been selling bread and pastries here. Yes, the Tianjin biscuits and lemon cakes that she baked herself are very delicious. Zhou Mingrue gulped and smiled. Mrs. Slyn, 8 pounds of rye bread. Oh, little Klein, where's Banson? Isn't he back yet? Wendy asked with a smile. In a few more days, Zhou Mingrue answered vaguely. As Wendy picked up the rye bread, she sighed and said, "He's really a hard-working lad. He's really a hard-working young man. He'll have a good wife." At this point, the corners of her mouth curled up as she smiled mischievously. "It's great now. You've already graduated. Arcoa University's history graduate, yes. You'll be able to earn money very soon. You shouldn't be living in an apartment like this. At the very least, you should have your own bathroom. Mrs. Slyn, you really look like a young and lively lady today. Zhou Mingrue could only reply with a dry laugh. If Klein could successfully pass the interview and become a lecturer at Tianjin University, his entire family would indeed be heading straight for a well-to-do life. In his fragmented memories, he had even fantasized renting a detached house in the suburbs. There were 5 to 6 rooms upstairs, 2 bathrooms, and a huge balcony. There were 2 rooms downstairs, a dining room, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and an underground storage room. This wasn't an extravagant hope. Even an intern lecturer at Tianjin University had a weekly salary of 2 gold pounds. After becoming a full-time lecturer, it would be 3 gold pounds and 10 soldi. After all, Klein's brother, Banson, only had a weekly salary of 1 pound and 10 soldi after working for many years. Ordinary factory workers didn't even earn a pound or a little more. And the rent for such a detached house ranged from 19 soldi to 1 pound and 18 soldi. This is the difference between a monthly salary of 3 to 4,000 and a monthly salary of 14 to 15,000. Zhou Mingrue mumbled to himself. However, all of this was on the premise that he could pass the interview at Tianjin University or Bakeland University. As for other paths, people without a background couldn't be recommended to become a public official. As for those who studied history, the range of employment was even narrower. There wasn't much demand for the private consultants of nobles, bankers, or industrial tycoons. Considering that the knowledge that Klein possessed had become fragmented and incomplete, Zhou Mingrue's expectations of Mrs. Slyn were filled with awkwardness and guilt. "No, I've always been this young," Wendy replied humorously. As she spoke, she placed the weighed 16 loaves of rye bread into the dark brown paper bag that Zhou Mingrue had brought with him. She spread out her right hand and said, 9 pence. Each loaf of rye bread weighed about 0.5 pounds, and deviations were inevitable. 9 pence? Wasn't it 11 pence 2 days ago? Zhou Mingrue asked subconsciously. Last month it was 15 pence. You have to thank the repeal of the Grain Act and the people who marched, Wendy said with a smile as she spread her hands. Zhou Mingrue nodded, not fully understanding. Klein's memories of the matter were a little incomplete. He only remembered that the core of the Grain Act was to protect the price of the country's agricultural product. Before the price rose to a certain level, they wouldn't import grain from the southern countries of Fenepotter, Meissen, and Lemberg. Why would people march against it? Without further ado, Zhou Mingrue was afraid that he would bring out his revolver. All he could do was carefully take out some notes, take out one, and hand it to Mrs. Slyn. After retrieving 3 copper pennies and stuffing them into his trouser pocket, he carried the paper bag of bread and headed for the lettuce and meat market a street away. He was working hard for the lamb stew with tender peas that his sister had exhorted him to make. At the intersection of Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street was a municipal square. At that moment there were many tents set up, and clowns dressed in strange and funny costumes were distributing flyers. Tomorrow night circus performance? Zhou Mingrue glanced at the flyers in someone's hand and softly read the general content. Melissa will definitely like it. I wonder how much the entrance fee is? As this thought flashed through his mind, Zhou Mingrue approached. Just as he was about to ask a red and yellow clown, a hoarse female voice sounded beside him. Do you want a divination? Subconsciously turning his head, Zhou Mingrue saw a woman wearing a pointed hat and a black dress standing in front of a low tent. Her face was smeared with red and yellow paint, and her eyes were a deep grayish blue. No. Zhou Mingrue shook his head in reply. He didn't have the spare money to do a divination. The woman smiled and said, That's right. My tarot divination is very accurate. Tarot. Zhou Mingrue was immediately taken aback. The pronunciation was very similar to the tarot cards on Earth. And the tarot cards on Earth were a type of fortune-telling poker. However, there were more graphic cards with various symbols. Wait a minute. He suddenly recalled the origin of this world's tarot divination. It didn't originate from the 7 orthodox deities, nor was it an ancient relic. Instead, it was invented more than 170 years ago by the then consul of the Republic of Intis, Rosel Gustav. This Mr. Rosel invented the steam engine, improved sailboats, and overthrew the rule of the kingdom of Intis. He received the recognition of the Church of the God of Craftsmanship and became the first consul of the new republic. Later, he fought in the north and south, bringing Lemberg and other countries under his protection. He made the kingdom of Rouen, Feinapater, Faisac Empire, and other powerful countries of the northern continent bow their heads. Following that, he changed the republic to an empire, calling himself Emperor Caesar. It was during Rosel's reign that the Church of the God of Craftsmanship received the first public revelation since the Fifth Epoch. It changed the title of the God of Craftsmanship to the God of Steam and Machinery. Rosel also invented tarot divination and established the composition and gameplay of today's cards. There were a few types that Zhou Mingrue was familiar with, such as Upgrade, Fight the Landlord, Texas, Quint. In addition, he sent a fleet to find a sea route to the southern continent amidst storms and turbulence, beginning the colonial era. Unfortunately, he was betrayed in his old age. In 1198 of the Fifth Epoch, he was assassinated by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the former Intis royal family, the Sauron family, and other nobles. He perished in the White Maple Palace. Upon recalling this common knowledge, Zhou Mingrue suddenly felt a toothache. Don't tell me this is a transmigrator senior? With this in mind, Zhou Mingrue had the intention to see what the tarot cards here looked like. Hence, he nodded at the woman with the pointed hat and painted face. If it's not reasonable, I'll give it a try. The woman immediately smiled. Sir, you're the first person here today for divination. It's free. Chapter 5. Free? Free things are the most expensive, Zhou Mingrue muttered silently. He planned on firmly rejecting any additional services. If you have the ability, divine that I'm a transmigrator. With this in mind, Zhou Mingrue followed behind the woman with red butter-colored face and entered the low tent with his back bent. It was extremely dark inside the tent. Only a little light seeped in, faintly illuminating a table filled with cards. The woman in the pointed hat wasn't affected at all. Her black dress fluttered on water as she circled around the table and sat opposite him. She lit a candle. The dim yellow light flickered, making the tent seem both bright and dark. Instantly there was a sense of mystery. Zhou Mingrue sat down without batting an eyelid. He swept his gaze across the tarot cards on the table and discovered familiar cards like Magicians, the Emperor, the Hanging Man, and Temperance. Could Comrade Rosel really be a senior? I wonder if he's from my hometown in the Foodie Empire. The corners of Zhou Mingrue's mouth twitched as he fell into a trance. Before he could finish looking at the cards on the table, the woman who claimed to be very good at divination had already gathered all the tarot cards into a pile and pushed it in front of him. Shuffle and cut the cards, the fortune-teller from the circus said in a hoarse voice. Me? Zhou Mingrue subconsciously asked. The red butter-colored face of the fortune-teller squirmed as she revealed a faint smile. Of course, everyone's fate can only be divined by themselves. I'm only a reader. Zhou Mingrue immediately asked warily, There's no extra charge for the interpretation, right? As a keyboard folklorist, I've seen many such tricks. The fortune-teller was visibly stunned. After a while, he said in a muffled tone, It's free. Zhou Mingrue relaxed and stuffed the revolver into his pocket. Then, he calmly extended his palms and skillfully shuffled and cut the card. Done. He placed the tarot cards in the middle of the table. The fortune-teller clasped her hands and looked at the cards seriously. Without hesitation, she said, Sorry, I forgot to ask. What do you want to divine? Back when he was chasing after his first love, Zhou Mingrue had also studied tarot cards. He said without hesitation, he said, past, present, and future. This was a form of tarot card divination. The 3 cards were arranged in order, symbolizing the past, present, and future respectively. The fortune-teller nodded, then his lips curled up into a smile. Then please shuffle the cards again. Only when you understand what you want to ask will you be able to shuffle the cards that are truly symbolic. You were playing with me just now. Do you have to be so stingy? Didn't I keep emphasizing that it was free? The muscles on Zhou Mingrue's face twitched. He took a deep breath, took back the tarot card, and shuffled and cut the cards again. No problem this time, right? He put the cut cards on the table. No more. The soothsayer reached out and picked up a card from the top. He placed it on Zhou Mingrue's left and said in a husky voice, "This card represents the past. This represents the present." The clairvoyant placed the second card in front of Zhou Mingrue. She picked up the third card and placed it on Zhou Mingrue's right. "This one symbolizes the future." "All right, which card do you want to see first?" The fortune-teller raised his head and looked at Zhou Mingrue with his grayish-blue eyes. "Let's look at the present," Zhou Mingrue said after some thought. The fortune-teller nodded slowly and flipped over the card in front of him. The card depicted a young man dressed in gorgeous clothes and a gorgeous headdress. He carried a cane on his shoulder with a piece of luggage hanging from the end of the cane. Behind him was a puppy. The serial number was 0. The Fool. The fortune-teller read out the card softly, his grayish-blue eyes fixed on Zhou Mingrue. The Fool? Tarot number 0? The beginning? A beginning that encompasses all possibilities? Zhou Mingrue wasn't even a beginner tarot enthusiast. He could only make a superficial interpretation based on his impressions. Just as the fortune-teller was about to speak, the tent flap was suddenly lifted. Strong sunlight shone in, causing Zhou Mingrue to instinctively narrow his eyes. "Why are you pretending to be me again? It's my job to divine for others," a female voice bellowed angrily. "Go back. Remember, you're just a beast tamer." "Beast tamer?" Zhou Mingrue adjusted to the light and saw a woman wearing the same pointy hat, black dress, and red butter paint at the door. However, she was taller and thinner. The woman sitting in front of him quickly stood up and said unhappily, "Don't mind me. I just like this. I have to say, sometimes my divination and interpretation are quite accurate." "Really?" As she spoke, she lifted the hem of her dress, walked around the table, and quickly left the tent. The real fortune-teller looked at Zhou Mingrue and asked with a smile, "Sir, do you need me to interpret it for you?" Zhou Mingrue's lips twitched as he asked sincerely, "Is it free?" "No," the real fortune-teller replied. "Then forget it." Zhou Mingrue put his hand back into his pocket, pressed down on his revolver and notes, and bent over to walk out of the tent. Seriously, he actually found a beast tamer to do tarot divination. Isn't a beast tamer who doesn't want to be a seer a good clown? Zhou Mingrue quickly threw the matter to the back of his mind. At the lettuce and meat market, he spent 7 pence to buy a pound of lamb that wasn't that good. He also bought tender peas, cabbage, onions, potatoes, and other items. Together with the bread from before, he spent a total of 25 copper pence, which was 2 soldi a penny. He really can't stop spending money. Poor Benson. Not only did Zhou Mingrue lose the 2 notes he had brought out, but he also lost the penny he had in his pocket. He casually sighed, stopped thinking about it, and hurriedly returned home. With the staple food, he could carry out the luck enhancement ritual. After the tenants on the 2nd floor left, Zhou Mingrue wasn't in a hurry to carry out the ritual. Instead, he first translated the words "blessings stem from the immortal of heaven and earth" into ancient Fasak and Ruan. He planned on trying again in the local language the next day if the original incantation didn't work. After all, he had to consider the fact that the 2 worlds were different. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. As for translating it into Hermes, which was used for ancient prayers and sacrifices, Zhou Mingrue found it difficult to complete it due to his lack of vocabulary. After doing all of this, he took out 4 loaves of rye bread from the paper bag. He placed one in the corner where the coal stove used to be, one at the bottom of the mirror, one at the top of the cupboard where the 2 walls intersected, and one at the junk pile to the right of the desk. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrue came to the middle of the room and calmed himself for a few minutes. Then, he solemnly took a step forward and walked counterclockwise in a square. With the first step, he chanted softly, "Blessings stem from the immortal of heaven and earth." The second step, he sincerely chanted in his heart, "Blessings stem from the heavenly Lord of heaven and earth." The third step, Zhou Mingrue held his breath and whispered, "Blessings stem from the Emperor of heaven and earth." The fourth step, he exhaled a turbid breath and chanted in his heart, "Blessings stem from the heavenly Lord of heaven and earth." After returning to his position, Zhou Mingrue closed his eyes and waited for the results. He felt anticipation, unease, hope, and fear. Can I go back? Will there be any effects? Will there be any accidents? The darkness in front of him was dyed crimson by the light. Thoughts surged through Zhou Mingrue's mind, and he found it difficult to calm down. At that moment, he suddenly felt the air around him stop flowing, becoming thick and strange. Following that, he heard murmurs that were sometimes dense, sometimes sharp, sometimes illusory, sometimes alluring, sometimes manic, and sometimes crazy. Despite not understanding what the murmurs were saying, Zhou Mingrue couldn't help but listen and decipher them. His head hurt again, as though he had been stabbed with a steel drill. Zhou Mingrue felt like his head was about to explode, and his thoughts were dyed with hallucinatory colors. He knew that something was wrong and tried his best to open his eyes, but he couldn't complete this simple action. His entire body tensed up, as though it could snap at any moment. Zhou Mingrue inexplicably had a self-deprecating thought. "You won't die if you don't court death." He couldn't take it anymore. Just as the string in his mind was about to snap, the murmurs of countless voices receded. The surroundings became very quiet, and the atmosphere was rather ethereal. It wasn't just the atmosphere. Zhou Mingrue felt that his body was similarly ethereal. He tried to open his eyes again. This time it was very easy. The pervasive gray fog reflected in his eyes. It was hazy, blurry, and boundless. "What's going on?" Zhou Mingrue looked around in shock. He then lowered his head and realized that he was floating at the edge of a boundless gray fog. The gray fog flowed like water, dotted with crimson stars. Some of them were very large, while others were tiny. Some were hidden in the depths, while others floated on the surface. Looking at this holographic scene, Zhou Mingrue reached out his right hand in a half-puzzled and half-exploratory manner. He tried to touch a crimson star floating on the surface to his right in search of a way to leave. Just as his finger touched the surface of the star, water ripples suddenly surged out from his body, causing the crimson star to erupt like a dreamy firework. Zhou Mingrue jumped in fright and retracted his right hand in a panic, accidentally touching another crimson star. Thus, the star also shone brightly. Zhou Mingrue felt his head go blank and his mind go blank. In a luxurious villa in Empress Borough, Bakeland, the capital of the Ruan Kingdom, Audrey Hall sat in front of a dressing table, stroking the bronze mirror with ancient patterns and cracks on its surface. Magic mirror, wake up! In the name of the Hall family, I order you to wake up." She changed her words one after another, but the mirror didn't respond. After more than 10 minutes, she finally chose to give up. She pursed her lips and muttered softly, "Dad was indeed lying to me. He always tells me that this mirror is a treasure of the ancient Solomon Empire's Dark Emperor and that it's an extraordinary item." Before she could finish her sentence, the bronze mirror on the table suddenly emitted a crimson light that enveloped her. On the Sonia Sea, a 3-masted sailboat that was clearly behind the times was sailing through a storm. Alger Wilson stood on the deck, his body bobbing up and down as he easily maintained his balance. He wore a long robe embroidered with lightning patterns and held a strange-looking glass bottle in his hand. Bubbles sometimes tumbled inside, frost sometimes gathered into snow, and sometimes there were traces of wind blowing. "I'm still short of the ghost shark's blood," Alger whispered. At this moment, a crimson light erupted between the glass bottle and his palm, instantly drowning the surroundings. Above the grayish-white fog, Audrey Hall regained her vision and looked around in horror and confusion. She saw that the man with a blurry head and hazy figure diagonally opposite her was doing something similar. Following that, they almost simultaneously noticed a mysterious man shrouded in grayish-white fog standing not far away. The mysterious man, Zhou Mingrue, was also dumbfounded. "Sir, where is this? What do you want to do?" Audrey and Alger were stunned at first and fell into silence. Then, they spoke in unison. Chapter 6. The same Ruan language, the same heavy and tense feeling. "Where is this? What do I want to do? I want to know too." Zhou Mingrue calmed down and silently repeated the two's question. And what left the deepest impression on him wasn't the sentence formed by the words or the meaning contained in the sentence, but the panic, vigilance, fear, and awe displayed by the man and woman, pulling the two of them into this world of grey fog for no reason, even as the perpetrator. He was abnormally astonished and shocked, not to mention the two of them who were the passive party. From their point of view, this kind of encounter was probably beyond imagination, right? In that instant, Zhou Mingrue thought of two choices. One was to pretend that he was also a victim and hide his true identity in exchange for a certain degree of trust. He would observe the situation and fish in troubled waters. The second was to maintain the mysterious image in the eyes of the man and woman, actively guiding the development of the matter and obtaining valuable information from it. Without much time to think or deliberate, Zhou Mingrue grasped the idea that flashed through his mind and quickly made a decision to try the second method. Make use of the other party's current psychological state and grasp his greatest advantage. There was a brief silence above the grey fog for a few seconds before Zhou Mingrue chuckled. His tone was calm and his voice was low but not deep, as if he was responding to a visitor's polite greeting. "An attempt. An attempt. An attempt?" Audrey Hall looked at the mysterious man shrouded in grey fog. She only felt that the matter was absurd, funny, horrifying, and strange. She had just been in her bedroom, in front of the dressing table, and in the blink of an eye she had come to this place filled with grey fog. How unthinkable was this? Audrey took a deep breath and revealed an impeccable polite smile. She asked rather nervously, "What's the matter?" She asked rather nervously, "Sir, is the attempt over? Can you let us go back now?" Alger Wilson also wanted to do a similar test, but his rich experience made him more composed. He suppressed his impulse and only watched silently from the sidelines. Zhou Mingrue looked at the questioner and could vaguely see her figure through the blur. It was a tall girl with soft blonde hair, but her exact appearance was unclear. He wasn't in a hurry to answer the girl's question. Instead, he turned to look at the man on the other side. The man's hair was dark blue and messy like seaweed. He was of medium build and couldn't be considered well-built. At that moment, Zhou Mingrue suddenly had an epiphany. When he became stronger or had a deeper understanding of the grey fog world, he might be able to see through the haze and see the appearance of the girl and the man clearly. In this case, they are guests and I am the host. With a change of heart, Zhou Mingrue immediately noticed some details that he hadn't noticed before. The sweet-voiced girl and the calm and reserved man were rather illusory. They were dyed red, like the two crimson stars above the grey fog. This projection was based on the connection between him and crimson. It was invisible and formless, but he could clearly grasp the connection. Once this connection is severed, the projection will dissipate, and they can return. Zhou Mingrue nodded indiscernibly, looked at the blonde girl, and chuckled. Of course, if you ask, I can let you go now. Audrey, who didn't detect any malice in his words, was relieved. She believed that since the man who could do such a miraculous thing had made a promise, he would definitely strictly abide by it. Now that she had calmed down a little, she was not in a hurry to suggest leaving. Her blue eyes turned left and right, flashing with a strange light. She was nervous, expectant, and eager to try. What a wonderful experience! Yes, I've always been looking forward to something like this. I mean, I like mysteries and miracles that transcend nature. No, my point is, Your Excellency, what should I do to become a Beyonder? The more she spoke, the more excited she became. She was so excited that she became a little incoherent. The dream that she had grown up listening to all kinds of strange stories told by her elders when she was a child seemed to finally be coming true. In just a few sentences, she had already forgotten all the fear and panic she had felt before. Good question. I want to know the answer too. Zhou Mingrue mocked himself. He began to think of an answer to maintain his inscrutable image. At the same time, he felt that it was a little low to have a conversation while standing. Shouldn't such a scene have a divine temple, a long table, and many chairs carved with ancient patterns that gave off a mysterious vibe? Shouldn't he be sitting at the head of the table, quietly watching the guests? Just as Zhou Mingrue finished his thoughts, the gray fog suddenly churned, giving Audrey and Alger a fright. In the blink of an eye, they saw towering stone pillars around them, and they saw a wide dome above them. The entire building was spectacular, grand, and lofty, like the legendary palace of giants. Directly below the dome, where the gray fog clustered, there was an additional long bronze table. There were 10 high-back chairs on each side, and the same seats were placed in front and behind them. The back of the chairs shimmered with dark red light, outlining a strange constellation that didn't correspond to reality. Audrey and Alger sat opposite each other, closest to the head of the table. The girl looked left and right, and she couldn't help but mutter, "How magical, indeed magical." Zhou Mingrue reached out his right hand and gently rubbed the edge of the long bronze table, his expression unperturbed. Alger also looked around. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly spoke, answering Audrey's question on behalf of Zhou Mingrue. "You're from Rouen, right? If you want to become a Beyonder, join the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of the Lord of Storms, or the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery." Although most people don't see any Beyonders their entire lives, to the point of suspecting that the church is in the same situation, and many clergymen in the major churches have similar thoughts, I can tell you clearly that Beyonders still exist in the arbitration tribunal, the tribunal, and the execution office. They are still fighting against the dangers that grow in the darkness, but their numbers are much fewer than before the early Black Iron Age. Zhou Mingrue listened attentively, but his body movements showed that he didn't mind listening to a child's story. Relying on Klein's remnant knowledge of history, he knew that the Black Iron Age referred to the current epoch, which was the fifth epoch. It had begun 1,349 years ago. Audrey listened quietly and sighed softly. "Sir, I know everything you said, and I even know more, such as the Nighthawks, the mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind. However, I don't want to lose my freedom." Alger chuckled and said vaguely, "Who doesn't want to pay a price to become a Beyonder? If you don't consider joining the church and accepting the test, then you can only look for the royal family, the few nobles with more than 1,000 years of history, or rely on luck to find those evil organizations that are hiding." Audrey subconsciously puffed up her cheeks and looked left and right in a panic. After confirming that Mr. Mysterious and the person opposite her hadn't noticed her tiny actions, she pressed, "Is there no other way?" Alger fell silent. After a dozen breaths, he turned to look at Mr. Mysterious Zhou Mingrue, who was watching silently from the side. Seeing that the other party was non-committal, he looked back at Audrey and deliberated before saying, "I actually have 2 sequence 9 potion formulas." "Sequence 9? Zhou Mingrue mumbled to himself. "Really? Which 2?" Audrey clearly knew what a sequence 9 potion formula represented. Alger leaned back slightly and answered unhurriedly, "As you know, humans can only rely on potions to become true beyonders. As you know, humans can only rely on potions to become true beyonders. And the name of the potion comes from the blasphemy slate. After being translated in Jotun, Elvish, Ancient Hermes, Ancient Fasak, and Contemporary Hermes, it has long undergone changes that match the characteristics of the times. The name isn't the main point. The main point is whether it represents the core symbol of this potion. One of the sequence 9 formulas in my hands is called Sailor. It will give you excellent balance. Even on a ship shrouded in a storm, you will be able to walk freely. You will also obtain excellent strength, as well as illusory scales hidden under your skin. This will make you as difficult to catch as a fish, and you will be as agile as a member of the sea tribe in the water. Even without any equipment, you can easily dive for at least 10 minutes. Sounds great. The sea blessed of the Lord of Storms? Audrey asked, half expectant and half seeking confirmation. In ancient times, it was indeed called the Sea Blessed. Alger didn't pause and continued, the second sequence 9 formula is called Spectator. As for what it was called in ancient times, I have no idea. This potion will give you an outstanding spirit and keen observation skills. I believe that you have seen operas and plays and can understand the meaning of audience. Like a bystander, you can examine the actors in the secular world and see their true thoughts from their expressions, their behavior, their idiosyncrasies, and their unknown actions. At this point, Alger emphasized, "Don't worry. You must remember, whether it is an extravagant banquet or a lively street, the audience will always be an audience." Audrey's eyes lit up. After a long time, she said, "Why? All right, this is a follow-up question. I think I like this feeling. Spectator. How do I obtain the Spectator formula? What will I trade with you?" Alger seemed to be prepared as he replied in a deep voice, "Ghost shark blood, at least 100 milliliters of ghost shark blood." Audrey nodded excitedly at first before asking worriedly, "If I can get it, and I'm saying if, how can I give it to you? And how can I guarantee that you will give me the potion formula after you obtain the ghost shark blood, as well as the authenticity of the formula?" Alger said in a normal tone, "I will give you an address. I'll give you an address. When I receive the ghost shark blood, I'll send you the formula or tell you directly here. As for the guarantee, I believe that with this mysterious sir as a witness, both of us will be at ease." As he said this, he turned his gaze to Zhou Mingrue, who was sitting at the seat of honor. "Your Excellency, for you to be able to pull us here means that you possess unimaginable power. With you as a witness, be it me or her, none of us would dare violate it." "Yes." Audrey's eyes lit up as she agreed excitedly. From her point of view, Mr. Mysterious, who had unimaginable means, was indeed a sufficiently authoritative witness. How could she and the fellow opposite her have the guts to deceive him? Audrey turned her body halfway and looked sincerely at Zhou Mingrue. "Your Excellency, please be a witness to our transaction." At this moment, she realized that she had forgotten a certain question. It was impolite of her. She quickly asked, following that, she asked solemnly, "Your Excellency, how should we address you?" Alger nodded slightly before asking solemnly, "Your Excellency, how should we address you? Your Excellency, how should we address you?" Zhou Mingrue was taken aback when he heard that. His fingers on the long bronze table began tapping gently as the contents of the divination flashed across his mind. He leaned back and retracted his right hand. He interlaced his fingers under his chin and smiled at the two of them. "You can address me as," at this point, he paused and said in a mild and calm tone, "You can call me." Chapter 7. "You can call me the Fool." The short answer quickly disappeared into the majestic temple and the fog, but in the hearts of Audrey and Alger, the voice reverberated for a long time, stirring up ripples after ripples. They never expected that it would be such a title that perfectly reflected the image of mystery, power, and strangeness. After a few seconds of silence, Audrey stood up, lifted her skirt, bent her knees, and bowed to Zhou Mingrue. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please allow me to make a bold request. Can you be a witness to our transaction?" "It's a small matter." Zhou Mingrue's thoughts raced as he answered in a manner befitting of his status. "It would be our honor, Mr. Fool." Alger also stood up, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed. Zhou Mingrue pressed his right hand down and smiled. "Continue." Alger nodded, sat down again, and looked at Audrey. "If you can get the ghost shark's blood, get someone to send it to the Warrior and the Sea Bar on Pelican Street in the White Rose Borough of Pritz Harbor. Tell the boss, Williams, that this is what the captain wants. After I confirm it, do you want to give me the address to send the potion formula over, or do you want me to tell you directly here?" Audrey thought for a moment before revealing a smile. "I'll choose a more confidential method. It'll be right here, although it's a test of my memory." Since Mr. Fool had agreed to witness the transaction, it meant that there would be a next such gathering. Thinking of this, she suddenly tilted her head and looked at Zhou Mingrue with sparkling eyes. She suggested with great interest, she hurriedly echoed, "Mr. Fool, would you mind trying a few more times like this?" Alger listened calmly as he felt his heart stir. He hurriedly echoed, "Mr. Fool, don't you find this kind of gathering interesting? Although your power is beyond our imagination, there will always be areas in the world that you don't understand and are not good at. The lady opposite us is obviously of noble birth, and I also have my own experience, knowledge, channels, and resources. She and I may be able to help you complete trivial tasks that are inconvenient for you at some point in the future." From his point of view, since he had been pulled here without any means of resistance, it meant that the mysterious Mr. Fool held the initiative. It wasn't a matter of rejecting and not participating in the gathering. Therefore, he might as well dig deeper into the benefits of this encounter and use the gains to make up for his passive and disadvantageous position. The three parties at the table had different backgrounds, different resources, different channels of information, and different understanding of mysterious field. If they could communicate with each other and work together, it would produce a wonderful effect that could not be estimated and measured. For example, the resource exchange just now. If he wanted to kill someone, he could totally ask for the help of a gathering member who had nothing to do with him on the surface and in reality. This would perfectly mislead things in a different direction. "Miss of noble birth. My performance, is my accent so obvious?" Audrey's mouth gaped as she was taken aback. However, she quickly snapped out of her daze and nodded without hesitation. "Mr. Fool, I think this is a very good suggestion. As long as the gathering becomes a regular schedule, you can leave certain matters to us if it's inconvenient for you to appear. Of course, it has to be within our capabilities." From the beginning, Zhou Mingrue had been weighing the pros and cons. More gatherings could indeed allow him to obtain more beyonder mysteries and mysticism knowledge. It would be beneficial for his future transmigration. For example, the spectator potion formula would likely appear at the next gathering. Similarly, it could also help him obtain information in real life and help him to a certain extent. However, the more gatherings there were, the easier it was for him to expose himself. Indeed, no matter which world it is, there's nothing that only benefits exist. Zhou Mingrue extended his right hand again, and tapped the edge of the table with his finger. Considering that the convening and dispersing of the gathering was within his control, even if any problems were to be exposed, it would be within his control. The pros clearly outweighed the cons, so Zhou Mingrue quickly made a decision. He stopped tapping and smiled at the four pairs of expectant and nervous eyes. "I'm a person who likes an equivalent exchange. I won't let you help me unconditionally. Every Monday, at 3 in the afternoon, try to be alone." After I try a few more times and figure out some things, you might be able to apply for leave in advance. You won't have to worry about being in inappropriate situations. This was equivalent to agreeing to Alger and Audrey's suggestion. Audrey had just turned 17 and had always been pampered. She was a mature girl, so when she heard Mr. Fool's answer, she couldn't help but clench her fists and shake them gently in front of her chest. Then shouldn't we give ourselves a title? After all, we can't use our real names to communicate, she said excitedly with sparkling eyes before Alger could speak. Although I might not be able to hide my true situation from Mr. Fool, the fellow opposite me is a little dangerous. I can't let him know who I am. Good idea, Zhou Mingrue answered simply and easily. Audrey immediately racked her brains and said, "You are Mr. Fool from the tarot cards. You are Mr. Fool from the tarot cards. Then, as a regular, long-term, and secret gathering, we should try our best to be consistent. I'll also choose from the tarot cards." Her tone slowly turned cheerful. "I've decided. My title is Justice." This was one of the 22 main cards of the tarot cards. "What about you, sir?" Audrey looked at her companion, opposite her with a smile. Alger frowned slightly before relaxing his brows. "The Hanging Man, this was another main card." "All right, then we're considered founding members of the tarot," Audrey blurted out happily before looking timidly at Zhou Mingrue, who was shrouded in the grayish-white fog. "Is that all right, Mr. Fool?" Zhou Mingrue shook his head in amusement. "You can make your own decisions on such trivial matters." "Thank you." Audrey was clearly excited. Following that, she looked at Alger. "Mr. the Hanging Man, can you repeat the address again? I'm afraid my memory isn't strong enough." "No problem." Alger was quite satisfied with Audrey's seriousness and repeated the address. After reciting it 3 times, Audrey excitedly said, "Don't worry. I heard that tarot cards are just a game invented by Roselle the Great, and they don't actually have the function of divination?" "No, most of the time, divination comes from oneself. Everyone has spirituality and can sense the spirit world. They can sense information on a higher level that is related to themselves. However, ordinary people are unable to detect this, much less interpret the hints they receive. When they use divination tools, this information will appear through the tools. The simplest example is dreams and dream interpretation." Alger glanced at Zhou Mingrue. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he refuted Audrey's statement. "Tarot cards are actually such a tool. They use more symbols and more reasonable elements to help us interpret hints more conveniently and accurately." Zhou Mingrue seemed to be absent-minded, but in fact, he was listening very seriously. However, the emptiness of his mind was becoming more serious, and his head was throbbing with pain. "Got it." Audrey nodded in agreement before emphasizing, "That's not what I meant. I'm not doubting the tarot cards, but I heard that Roselle the Great had actually created another deck of cards, one that was hidden and symbolized some unknown power. There were a total of 22 cards, and after he completed it, he used it as a reference to invent the 22 main cards of tarot cards as a game tool. Is that accurate?" She looked at Zhou Mingrue, as though she wanted to get an answer from the mysterious Mr. Fool. Zhou Mingrue only smiled without saying a word. He cast his gaze at the Hanging Man as though he was testing him. Alger subconsciously straightened his back and said in a deep voice, "Yes. Rumor has it that Roselle the Great saw the blasphemy slate. That deck of cards hides the mysteries of the 22 paths of the divine." 22 paths of the divine," Audrey repeated with a yearning tone. At this moment, Zhou Mingrue's headache intensified. He felt the invisible connection between him, the crimson star, and the grayish-white fog begin to waver. "All right, let's end today's gathering here," he immediately decided and said in a deep voice. "By your will." Alger bowed his head. "By your will." Audrey mimicked the Hanging Man. She still had many questions and thoughts, and she couldn't bear to end it. As Zhou Mingrue severed the connection, he smiled and said, Let's look forward to the next gathering. The star lit up again, and the crimson light retracted like water. Just as Audrey and Alger heard Mr. Fool's words, their figures became even more blurry and illusory. In less than a second, the projection shattered, and the world above the gray fog returned to silence. Zhou Mingrue felt himself rapidly become heavier as his surroundings turned ethereal. His vision first darkened, and then there was bright sunlight. He was still in the apartment, standing right in the middle. It's like a dream. What the hell is that world of the gray fog? And who or what kind of power created that change? Zhou Mingrue sighed softly, filled with puzzlement. His legs felt like they were filled with lead as he walked to the desk. He picked up the pocket watch he had placed outside to confirm how much time had passed. A 1-to-1 time flow, Zhou Mingrue made a rough judgment. Putting down the pocket watch, he couldn't hold on any longer due to the splitting pain in his head. He sat on the chair, lowered his head, and used his left thumb and middle finger to massage the sun acupoints on both sides. After a long while, he suddenly sighed and said in Mandarin, "It looks like I won't be able to return anytime soon. Only the ignorant were fearless." After witnessing such a miraculous thing and understanding the Beyonder domain and the mysterious world, Zhou Mingrue didn't dare to rashly attempt the luck enhancement ritual in ancient Faisac and Ruan. Who knew if there would be other situations that might be even stranger and more terrifying? It might even make one wish they were dead. At the very least, I have to have a deep understanding of mysticism before attempting it, Zhou Mingrue thought helplessly. Thankfully, the so-called gathering could provide him with some help. After another period of silence, he muttered to himself with feelings of depression, disappointment, pain, and melancholy. From now on, I'm Klein. Klein tried his best to turn his thoughts back to the solution and planned to dispel the negative emotions in his heart. I might be able to listen to the formula of the spectator potion next week. The gathering just now was truly miraculous. People from different parts of the world were able to communicate face-to-face and exchange what they needed. This sounds a little familiar. Klein was taken aback for a few seconds before he suddenly burst into laughter. As he massaged his sun acupoint, he muttered in a self-deprecating manner. Chapter 8. Whoosh. The wind howled and the rain poured down. The three-masted sailboat bobbed up and down among the mountains of waves, like a toy that was thrown and caught by a giant. The deep red in Alger Wilson's eyes faded, and he found himself still standing on the deck, no different from before. Then, he saw the oddly shaped glass bottle in his palm shatter with a crack. The frost melted into water and melted into the raindrop. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the ancient wonder had completely lost all traces of its existence. A hexagonal snowflake appeared in Alger's palm, then quickly faded until it disappeared, as though it had shrunk into his flesh. Alger nodded indiscernibly as though he was thinking about something. He remained silent for a full 5 minutes. He turned around and walked to the cabin entrance. Just as he was about to enter, he met a man wearing a robe embroidered with lightning patterns. The man with soft blonde hair stopped in his tracks and looked at Alger. He extended his right hand and clenched his fist on his chest. "May the storm be with you! May the storm be with you!" Alger's rough and deep face was devoid of any excess emotion. He similarly clenched his right fist and punched his left chest. After bowing to each other, Alger entered the cabin and walked along the aisle to the captain's cabin in the distance. Along the way, he didn't encounter any sailors or crew members. It was as quiet as the inside of a tomb. The door to the captain's cabin opened, and a soft and thick dark brown carpet appeared in front of him. On both sides were bookshelves and wine cabinet. Books with yellowish covers and bottles of dark red wine shimmered with a strange luster under the candlelight. On the desk where the candles were placed were a bottle of ink, a quill, a black metal telescope, and a sextant made of brass. Behind the desk, a pale-faced middle-aged man wearing a skull captain's hat watched Alger approach. He gritted his teeth angrily and said angrily, I won't give in. I believe you can do it, Alger said calmly, as though he was saying that the weather wasn't good today. You. The middle-aged man was stunned, as though he didn't expect such an answer. At that moment, Alger arched his body slightly and suddenly charged forward, instantly closing the distance between them to only the desk. Puff. His shoulders tightened, and his right hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man's throat. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, illusory fish scales appeared on the back of his hand as he exerted strength in his fingers. Crack! With a crisp sound, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock as his entire body was lifted up. His legs twitched violently, but he quickly regained his composure. His vision was blank, and his pupils began to dilate. His crotch area gradually became wet, and a foul smell came from it. Alger lifted the middle-aged man, lowered his back, and moved his feet to the wall beside him. Bang! He used the middle-aged man as a shield and slammed forward, his arms as thick as a monster's. The wooden walls shattered, and the violent wind and rain swept in with the fishy smell of seawater. Alger twisted his waist and threw the middle-aged man out of the cabin into the towering waves that resembled mountains. The sky was dark and the wind and rain were howling. The mighty power of nature had buried everything. Alger took out a white handkerchief, wiped his right palm carefully, and then threw it into the sea. Taking a few steps back, he waited patiently for his companion to enter. "What's wrong?" In less than 10 seconds, the man with soft yellow hair rushed in. "The captain escaped," Alger panted and answered in frustration. "He still has some extraordinary power left." "Damn it!" the yellow-haired man cursed in a low voice. He came to the breach and stared into the distance, but he could see nothing except the wind, rain, and waves. "Forget it. He's just incidental." The yellow-haired man waved his arm. "We'll only get credit for finding this spectre ship from the Tudor era." Even though he was the blessed of the sea, he didn't dare to rashly dive into the water in such weather. And if the storm continues, the captain won't be able to hold on for long. Alger nodded and found that the breach on the wooden wall was beginning to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He took a deep look and subconsciously turned his head to look at the rudder and sails. Even through the heavy wooden planks, he could clearly see the situation there. There was no first mate, no second mate, no crew, no sailors, not even a living person. There was nothing there. The rudder and sails were strangely adjusting themselves. The image of the fool shrouded in grayish-white fog appeared in his mind again. Alger suddenly sighed. He turned his head to look at the strong wind and waves outside and said in a dreamy tone that was filled with anticipation and fear, "A new era has begun. In Empress Borough, Bakeland, the capital of the Rouen kingdom." Audrey Hall pinched her cheeks, unable to believe what had just happened. On the dressing table in front of her, the ancient bronze mirror had shattered into pieces. Looking down, Audrey saw a crimson flowing on the back of her hand, like a tattoo of a star. The crimson gradually dimmed and finally disappeared into her skin. It was only then that Audrey was sure that she wasn't dreaming. Her eyes shimmered as the corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit. She couldn't help but stand up and bend over to lift the hem of her dress. Bowing to the air, Audrey's footsteps were light. She turned her body and danced the most popular, ancient elven dance in the palace. Her figure was graceful, and her body was full of a bright smile. Knock, knock, knock. Someone suddenly knocked on the bedroom door. "Who is it?" Audrey stopped and put on an elegant posture. "Miss, may I come in?" "You should get ready," her personal maid said from outside the door. Audrey turned her head to look at the mirror on the dressing table and quickly wiped away her smile, leaving only a faint trace. She looked left and right, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with her image, she said gently, "Come in." With a twist of her hand, her personal maid, Annie, pushed the door open and entered. "Oh, it's broken." Annie immediately saw the fate of the ancient bronze mirror. Audrey blinked and said slowly, Yes, Susie came in before. Yes. Well, Susie came in before. You know, she likes to destroy things. Susie was a large golden retriever with an impure bloodline. She was a gift from her father, Earl of Hall, when he bought a foxhound, but she was very popular with Audrey. You have to teach her a good lesson. Annie skillfully cleaned up the bronze mirror shards, afraid that they would hurt her mistress. After doing all this, she looked at Audrey and asked with a smile, "Which dress do you want to wear?" Audrey thought for a moment and said, "I like the one that Mrs. Ginnia designed for me for my 17th birthday. No, others will say that the Hall family is facing a financial crisis. How can you wear the same dress for the second time in a formal occasion?" Annie shook her head and rejected it. "But I really like it," Audrey emphasized in a gentle tone. "You can wear it at home, or at less formal occasions." Annie put on a non-negotiable attitude. "Then I'll take the one that Mr. Sadas sent the day before yesterday. The one with the ruffled cuff." Audrey secretly took a breath and maintained her elegant and sweet smile. "You always have such good taste." Annie smiled and took a step back. She shouted to the door, "Number 6 cloakroom." "Forget it, I'll get it myself." The maids began to get busy. One was in charge of the dress, one was in charge of jewelry, one was in charge of shoes, one was in charge of gauze hats, one was in charge of Miss Audrey's makeup, and one was in charge of hairstyle. When the preparations were nearing completion, Earl of Hall appeared at the door in a dark brown waistcoat. He was wearing a top hat of the same color as his clothes, and he had a beautiful mustache. His blue eyes were full of smiles, but his loose muscles, bulging belly, and the wrinkles that were starting to become obvious mercilessly destroyed his youthful handsomeness. "Bakeland's most dazzling jewel, it's time for us to go." Earl of Hall stood at the entrance and knocked twice on the open door. "Father, don't call me that." Audrey stood up with the help of the maids and pretended to be distressed. "Then, my beautiful little princess, it's time to go." Earl of Hall bent his left arm and gestured for Audrey to hold it. Audrey shook her head with a faint smile. "This is Mrs. Hall, the Countess, my dear mother's seat. Then this way." Earl of Hall bent his right arm again with a smile. "This is my pride as a father. Pritz Harbor, Oak Island Royal Navy Base." When Audrey took her father's arm and got off the carriage, she was suddenly shocked by the huge object in front of her. In the military port not far away, there was a majestic giant ship whose entire body flickered with a metallic luster. It had no sails, only an observation deck, 2 towering chimneys, and 2 open-air turrets in the front and back. It was so majestic and huge that the nearby sailing battleships looked like newborn dwarves clustered around a giant spirit. "Lord of Storms, oh my lord!" "Iron-armored warship!" Exclamations intertwined. Audrey felt the same shock. It was a miracle created by humans, an unprecedented miracle of the sea. After an unknown period of time, the nobles, ministers, and MPs of the House of Commons recovered. At this moment, a black dot in the air grew larger and larger, gradually occupying 1/3 of the sky and everyone's sight. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. It was a huge object floating in the air. It had extremely smooth and beautiful lines, and its entire body was painted dark blue. Its strong and light alloy skeleton supported the cotton cloth containing the hydrogen gas bladder. Below it hung a carriage with machine gun muzzles, projectile muzzles, and flat-firing muzzles. The exaggerated humming of the high-combustion steam engine and the crazy rotation of the tail blades formed a thrilling symphony. The airship of the king and his family arrived, with a majesty that overlooked everything from above. The badge of the Sword of Judgment, with a ruby crown on the hilt, reflected the sunlight on both sides of the carriage. This was the symbol of the Augustus family's long heritage that could be traced back to the previous era. Audrey was not yet 18 years old and had yet to participate in the introduction ceremony. Under the Queen's guidance, she officially entered the social scene of Bakeland to announce her adulthood. She could only watch quietly from the sidelines and could not approach. However, she did not care too much. In fact, she felt relaxed because she did not have to face the princes. The miracle of mankind's conquest of the sky landed steadily. The first to come down from the escalator were handsome young guards. They wore red military uniforms, white trousers, and belt. They held rifles in their hands and lined up in 2 rows, quietly waiting for King George III, the Queen, the Prince, and the Princess to appear. It was not that Audrey had not seen important people before, but she had no interest in them. Instead, her eyes wandered to the 2 black-armored knights beside the king who looked like statues. In this era of steel, steam, and guns, there were still people who insisted on wearing full body armor. The cold metallic luster and the deep black helmet gave off a heavy, dignified feeling that they had to be obeyed. Could it be a higher sequence disciplinary knight? Audrey's mind flashed through the words of the elders in her family when they were chatting. She wanted to see it, but she did not dare to approach. With the arrival of the king's family, the ceremony finally began. The current Prime Minister, Lord Aguisid Negan, walked to the front of the crowd. He was a member of the Conservative Party, the only non-noble to become the Prime Minister. Due to his outstanding contributions, he was conferred the title of Lord. Of course, Audrey knew more. Aguisid's brother, the main supporter of the Conservative Party, was called Palace Negan, the current Duke of Negan. Aguisid was in his 50s. He was tall and thin, with sparse hair and sharp eyes. After looking around, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have seen it. This is an ironclad warship, one that can topple the times. It is 101 meters long and 21 meters wide, with a high hull design. The main armor belt is 457 millimeters thick, and it has a displacement of 10,060 tons. It has 4 305 mm main cannons at the front and rear. In addition, there are 6 rapid-fire cannons, 12 6-pound cannons, 18 6-barreled machine guns, and 4 torpedo tubes. It will be the true overlord, it will conquer the sea." The nobles, ministers, and members of Parliament were in an uproar. Just the Prime Minister's description was enough for them to imagine the terror of the ironclad warship, not to mention that the real thing was right in front of them. Aguisid revealed a slight smile and gave a few more speeches. Then, he bowed to King George III. "Your Majesty, please give it a name. From Pritz Harbor onwards, let's call it Pritz." George III looked rather happy. "Pritz. Pritz." The name spread from the Lord of the Admirals to the Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Navy. Finally, it reached the ironclad warship, where the officers and soldiers cheered in unison. "Pritz." Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, the salutes sounded, and George III gave the order to set sail for a test launch. Whoosh! The steam whistle sounded, and thick plumes of smoke spewed out from the chimney. The sound of machinery could be heard faintly. The behemoth set sail. When it sailed out of the harbor and used the 2 main cannons on its bow to bombard the uninhabited island in front of it, everyone was shocked. Boom! 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 The earth seemed to shake, and dust flew into the air. Hurricanes swept outwards, stirring up waves. Prime Minister Aguisid turned his head in satisfaction and said to the nobles, ministers, and parliamentarians, "From now on, the 7 pirates who call themselves generals and the 4 pirates who claim to be kings can only tremble and wait for their doom. Their era is over. Even if they have beyonder powers, ghosts, or cursed ships, they can only roam the seas with ironclad warships." At that moment, Aguisid's chief secretary deliberately asked, "Can't they build their own ironclad warships?" Some nobles and parliamentarians nodded to themselves, believing that it was a possibility. Aguisid immediately smiled, and shook his head slowly. "Impossible. It's impossible. To build such an ironclad warship requires 3 large coal and steel complexes, 20 or more steel factories, 60 scientists, and even more senior engineers from the Bakeland Artillery Research Institute and the Pritz Shipbuilding Research Institute, 2 royal shipyards and nearly 100 affiliated spare parts factories, a navy, a shipbuilding committee, a cabinet, a resolute king with outstanding vision, and a great nation with an annual output of 12 million tons of steel. The pirates will never be able to do it. At this point, he paused for a moment, then raised his arms and shouted passionately. Chapter 9. After resting for half an hour, Zhou Mingrue, who thought of himself as Klein, finally recovered. In the meantime, he noticed that there were 4 black dots on the back of his right hand, forming a small square. The 4 black dots faded and soon disappeared, but Klein knew that they were still hidden in his body, waiting to be awakened. 4 dots, a square. Could it be that the 4 corners correspond to the 4 portions of staple food? I don't need to prepare staple food in the future, and I can just follow the steps and chant the incantation? Klein had a vague guess. It didn't seem like a bad idea, but it was always frightening to have something that had a mysterious origin and that he lacked understanding of. Then, he thought of how the baffling magic on Earth could produce effects here. Then, he thought of the strange transmigration in his dreams. Then, he thought of the mysterious, hallucinatory, and unknown world of gray fog. Then, he thought of the whispers that lingered around him during the ritual that drove him crazy. Klein couldn't help but shiver in the hot weather at the end of June. He had once heard of a saying, "The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest fear is the fear of the unknown." Now, he had a deep understanding of the fear of the unknown. Unprecedented and irresistible, he had a strong urge to come into contact with the mysterious domain, to understand more and to overcome the unknown. He also had the thought of burying his head and pretending that nothing had happened to escape. The sunlight outside the window was strong, covering the study table with a layer of golden dust. Klein stared at it, feeling as if he had touched a trace of warmth and hope. He relaxed a little, and immediately felt a surge of exhaustion wash over him. The lack of sleep last night and the exhaustion just now made his eyelids as heavy as lead, and he couldn't stop them from drooping. Shaking his head, Klein reached out to support himself on the edge of the table. He couldn't be bothered to clean up the rye bread placed at the 4 corners, and he staggered to the bunk bed. The moment he lay down, his head hit the pillow and he fell asleep. Gulp, gulp. Hunger roused Klein. He opened his eyes and felt refreshed. My head still hurts a little. He rubbed his temples and sat up. He felt like he could eat an entire cow right now. As he smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes, he returned to the study table and picked up the silver vine-patterned pocket watch. But the lid popped open and the second hand ticked away. It's 12:30. I've slept for more than 3 hours. Klein gulped and put the pocket watch into his linen shirt pocket. In the northern continent, a day was also divided into 24 hours. Each hour was 60 minutes, and each minute was 60 seconds. As for the length of each second, Klein didn't know. At that moment, he couldn't even think of mysticism, rituals, or gray world. The most important thing right now was food. He could only think of a solution after he was full. Only then could he do things. Without any hesitation, Klein took the rye bread from the 4 corners and flicked away the dust that had landed on it. He planned on using one of the loaves as his lunch staple. His hometown had the custom of sharing the offerings after the sacrifice, and the 4 loaves of rye bread did not seem to have changed at all. With only 5 pence left in his pocket, he felt that it was better to be thrifty. Of course, this also had the subtle influence of the original owner's memory fragments and habit. Because gas was too expensive, it was painful to use it for lighting. He took out the stove and added some coal. Klein paced back and forth, waiting for the water to boil. You'll choke if you eat that kind of rye bread dry. Sigh, do I have to eat black bread in the morning, black bread in the afternoon, and then eat meat in the evening? No, if it weren't for Melissa's consideration for my upcoming interview, I would only be able to eat meat twice a week. Klein, who had nothing to do and was too hungry to think about serious issues, looked around. At the thought of the pound of lamb, His eyes seemed to grow green as he looked at the cupboard. No, no, I have to wait for Melissa to eat it together. Klein shook his head violently and denied the idea of eating it now after cutting it in half. As a single dog drifting in the big city, although he mainly ate outside food, he had honed his basic cooking skills. It wasn't delicious, but it was enough. Turning around, Klein decided to ignore it. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that in addition to buying meat in the morning, he also bought tender peas and potatoes. Potatoes! Klein suddenly had an idea. He turned back like a whirlwind, rushed to the cupboard, and took out 2 potatoes from the small amount. He first went to the public bathroom to wash the skin of the potatoes, then put them directly into the pot and boiled them with water. After a while, he took out the condiment box from the cupboard, opened the lid, and sprinkled a little yellow and coarse salt into the water. After waiting patiently for a few minutes, Klein picked up the kettle and poured the soup, which was not considered soup, into a few cups and big bowls. Finally, he forked out the 2 potatoes and placed them on the table. Whoosh! He peeled a little and blew on his hand. The aroma of cooked potatoes filled the air, and it was appetizing. Salivating crazily, Klein didn't care that he was only half peeled and that the potatoes were still a little hot. He took a big bite. Powder! Fragrant! Sweet aftertaste! Klein's heart was instantly filled with emotions. He wolfed down the 2 potatoes and even ate some of the skin. Only then did he pick up the big bowl and drink a mouthful of the soup. The faint taste of salt washed away the dryness in his mouth. I loved to eat this way when I was young. Klein, who filled his stomach, sighed silently. He broke a piece of rye bread and soaked it in the soup until it softened. Perhaps the ritual from before had consumed too much of his energy, but he ate 2 loaves, a whole pound. After drinking the soup and cleaning up, Klein felt like he had completely come back to life. He experienced the joy of being human again, and he enjoyed the splendor of the sun. He sat back at the desk and began to think about what he should do next. I can't escape. I have to think of a way to come into contact with mysticism and become a beyonder as mentioned by Justice and the Hanging Man. I have to overcome the fear of the unknown. The only way now is to wait for the next gathering, and see if I can listen to the formula of the spectator potion or other mystical knowledge. There are still 4 days until Monday. Before that, I have to face the problem of the original Klein. Why did he commit suicide? What happened to him? Unable to transmigrate back, Klein picked up the open notebook and flipped through it to see if there were any clues to see if he could fill in the missing memory fragments. Clearly, the original Klein had the habit of taking notes, and he also had the hobby of using them as a diary. Klein knew very well that the cabinet that served as the right leg of the desk was filled with completed notebooks. This notebook had been used since May 10th. The first few pages were mostly about school, teachers, and knowledge. May 12th. Mr. Aztec mentioned that the common language of the Balam Empire in the southern continent also originated from ancient Fasak, which is a branch of Jotun. Why is that so? Could it be that all creatures with spirituality once used the same language? No, this must be wrong. Even in the records of the Revelation of Evernight and the Book of Storms, in an era even older than ancient times, giants weren't the only rulers of the continent. There were also elves, mutants, and dragons. Alright, these are all legends, just myth. May 16th, Senior Associate Professor Cohen and Mr. Aztec discussed the inevitability of the Age of Steam. Mr. Aztec felt that it was a coincidence. If not for the sudden appearance of Roselle the Great, perhaps the northern continent would still be like the southern continent, still in the age of cold weapons. My teacher felt that he placed too much emphasis on the role of individuals. He believed that with the development of time, even if there was no Roselle the Great, there would still be Robert the Great. In short, the Age of Steam might be late, but it would definitely arrive. I feel that their arguments are meaningless. I prefer to discover new things and restore history that is shrouded in mystery. Perhaps I shouldn't be studying history but archaeology. May 29th. Welch came to me, saying that he had obtained a notebook from the fourth epoch. My goddess, a notebook from the fourth epoch. He didn't want to seek help from his archaeology classmates, but wanted Naya and me to help him decipher the content. How could I reject such a request? Of course, it had to be arranged after my graduation thesis defense. I couldn't be distracted at this time. Reading up to this point, Klein's spirit was lifted. Compared to the previous historical notes and conceptual debates, the newly discovered Fourth Epoch notebook was more likely to lead to the original Klein's suicide. The Fourth Epoch was the era before the current Iron Epoch. Its history was shrouded in mystery, with many missing parts. Even the unearthed mausoleums, ancient cities, and documents were few and far between. Historians and archaeologists could only rely on the ambiguous theological classics of the 7 major churches that focused on faith education to barely piece together a bit of the original appearance. They knew of the existence of the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, and the Tuluan-Sastal Empire. Klein, who was determined to break through the fog and restore history, had no interest in the first 3 epochs that were more mythical and legendary. He only cared about the Fourth Epoch, which was also known as the Age of the Gods. One could imagine how excited he was. It seems that the original Klein cared so much about interviews and was worried about his future employment. Actually, there was no need for that. Klein couldn't help but sigh. At present, there were still very few universities. Most of the students were children of nobles or rich families. As long as commoners were to enroll, even if they were discriminated against due to their status, and were excluded from the social circles of others, as long as they weren't extreme, they could still obtain a certain amount of social resources through group discussions and group activities. It was a rather precious social resource. For example, Welch McGovern was the son of a banker from Constant City in Mid-Seashire County of the Kingdom of Rouen. He was a forthright and lavish person. As he was often in the same group as Klein and Naya, he was used to asking for their help. Without letting his thoughts wander, Klein continued reading the notebook. June 18th. I graduated. Farewell, my co-university. June 19th. I saw that notebook. After comparing its structure and word roots, I discovered that it was a variant of ancient Fasak. To be more precise, over the past 1,000 years of history, ancient Fasak has been constantly evolving. June 20th. We have deciphered the contents of the first page. The author is a member of a family known as Antigonus. June 21st. He mentioned the Dark Emperor. This completely contradicts the era deduced from the previous content. Could it be that Mentor's view was wrong? Is the Dark Emperor actually the common title of every emperor in the Solomon Empire? June 22nd. This family known as Antigonus seems to have a prominent position in the Solomon Empire. The notebook's owner mentioned that he was conducting a secret transaction with a person known as Tudor. Tudor? The Tudor dynasty? June 23rd. I forced myself not to think about the notebook. I didn't go to Welch's place. I had to prepare for the interview. This is a very important matter. June 24th. Naya told me that they had a new discovery. I thought I should go take a look. June 25th. From the newly deciphered contents, the notebook's owner accepted a mission to head to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to visit the nation of the Evernight. My goddess, the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range exceeds 6,000 meters. How can there be a country? What do they rely on to survive? June 26. Are these strange things real? At this point, the notebook ended. Zhou Mingrue had transmigrated in the early hours of the June 28. That is to say, the notebook on the June 27th actually has that line. Everyone will die, including me. Klein flipped to the first page he saw and made a judgment while feeling his hair stand on end. He felt that to solve the mystery of the original Klein's suicide, he should visit Welch's place and read the contents of the ancient notebook. However, with his rich experience in novels, movies, and television dramas, he felt that if he were to go, and if the matter was indeed related, he would most likely encounter unknown danger. Those who courted death despite knowing that there were ghosts in the ancient castle were the warning. However, he had no choice. Running away would never solve the problem. It would only make things worse until the dam burst and drown him completely. Call the police? I can't say that I committed suicide, right? Knock. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a series of rapid and forceful knocks on the door. Klein sat up straight and listened attentively. Knock. Knock knock. Chapter 10. Who is it? Klein was thinking about the mysterious suicide of the original owner and the unknown danger he might encounter. After hearing a sudden knock on the door, he subconsciously opened the drawer, took out the revolver, and asked warily. There was 2 seconds of silence outside the door, and a slightly shrill voice shouted in an Awa accent, "It's me, Mountbatten, Beaky Mountbatten." The voice paused for a moment, then added, "That's right. Police. Beaky Mountbatten." As the name entered his ears, Klein immediately thought of its corresponding owner. He was one of the police officers in charge of the block where the apartment was located. He was a rough and barbaric man who loved to fight. However, perhaps only such a person could intimidate those drunkards, thieves, part-time thieves, villains, and hooligans. And his unique voice was one of his labels. "Okay, I'll be right there," Klein responded loudly. He had planned to throw the revolver back into the drawer, but he thought that the police outside would come for some unknown reason. They might search the house, so he carefully ran to the stove where the fire had long been extinguished and put the revolver inside. Then, he picked up the small basket of coal, shook a few pieces into the stove, and covered the revolver. Finally, he placed the kettle on top to cover everything. After doing all this, he tidied up his clothes and quickly approached the door. As he opened it, he said vaguely, "Sorry, I was just taking a nap." Outside the door stood 4 police officers in black and white checkered uniforms and badges. Beaky Mountbatten, with a brown beard, coughed and said to Klein, "These 3 officers have something to ask you." "Officers?" Klein reflexively looked at the epaulets of the other 3 and found that 2 of them had 3 silver 6-pointed stars, and 1 had 2. They all looked more senior than Beaky Mountbatten, who only had 3 V-shaped tags. As a history student, Klein didn't know much about the ranks of police epaulette. He only knew that Beaky Mountbatten often boasted that he was a senior sergeant. So, those 3 are inspectors? Influenced by his brother Banson, Welch, and other classmates, Klein still had some common sense. He moved aside and pointed into the room. "Please come in." "What is it?" The leader of the 3 police officers was a middle-aged man with eyes so sharp that they seemed to be able to see through one's soul. He could not help but be afraid. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were obvious, and the edge of his hat revealed his light brown hair. "Do you know Welch McGovern? What's wrong with him?" Klein's heart trembled as he blurted out a question. "I'm the one asking you." The dignified middle-aged police officer's eyes were cold. The officer beside him, who also wore a 3-star epaulet, looked at Klein and smiled warmly. "Don't be nervous. This is just a routine inquiry." The police officer was in his 30s. He had a high nose bridge, and his gray eyes gave off an indescribable feeling of depth, like a lake in an ancient forest that no one cared about. Klein secretly took a deep breath and organized his words. "If you're referring to the graduate of Koei University, Welch McGovern from Constant, then I'm sure I know him. We were classmates and followed the same mentor, Senior Associate Professor Quentin Cohen. In the Kingdom of Ruan, professor wasn't just a professional title, but also a position. It was just like the combination of professor and department head on Earth. In other words, a university could only have 1 professor in a department. If an associate professor wanted to become a full professor, they could only wait for their immediate superior to retire or use their strength to squeeze them out. In view of the need to retain talents, The kingdom's Higher Education Commission had added senior associate professors to the three-tier system of lecturers, associate professors, and professors after years of experimentation. It was given to those with high academic standards or sufficient seniority, but were unable to become professors. At this point, Klein looked into the eyes of the middle-aged officer and thought for a second before saying, "To be honest, our relationship is pretty good. To be honest, we're not too bad friends. Recently, Naya, and I met a lot to interpret and discuss the documents of the Fourth Era and a notebook that he obtained." "Officer, what happened to him?" The middle-aged officer didn't answer. Instead, he turned his head to look at his gray-eyed companion. The gray-eyed officer with ordinary facial features wearing a badge and a bonnet replied gently, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Welch has passed away." "How?" Although he had a hunch, Klein couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Welch died like the original owner of his body? That's a little terrifying." "What about Naya?" Klein hurriedly asked. "Madame Naya has also passed away," the gray-eyed officer said rather calmly. "The two of them died in Mr. Welch's residence." "Were they murdered?" Klein had a vague guess. Perhaps it was suicide. The gray-eyed officer shook his head. "No, from the traces at the scene, they committed suicide. Mr. Welch hit his head against the wall so many times that the wall was covered in blood. Madame Naya drowned herself in a basin. Yes, the kind used to wash her face." "That's impossible." Klein's hair stood on end as he listened. He could almost imagine the strange scene. The girl was kneeling on the chair, her face buried in the basin filled with water. Her soft brown hair fell down and swayed in the wind, but she was motionless. Welch was on the ground, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. His forehead was completely shattered and covered in blood. The wall was covered in marks of impact, dripping with blood. The gray-eyed officer's mouth twitched. "We think so too, but the autopsy results and the scene have ruled out drugs and external factors. They, I mean Mr. Welch and Madame Naya, showed no signs of resistance." Without waiting for Klein to speak again, he walked into the room and pretended to ask casually, "When was the last time you saw Mr. Welch or Madame Naya?" As he spoke, he gestured with his eyes to his companion with two silver stars. It was a young officer who looked about the same age as Klein. He had black hair and green eyes. He was good-looking and had the romantic temperament of a poet. Upon hearing the question, Klein's mind raced as he thought about his answer. "It should be June 26. We interpreted the contents of a new notebook together. After that, I returned home to prepare for the interview on the 30th. Well, the interview with Tianjin University's history department. Tianjin was known as the City of Universities. It had two universities, Tianjin and Koei, a technical school, a law school, and a business school. It was second only to the capital, Bakeland." Just as he finished speaking, he saw the young officer walk to the desk from the corner of his eye and pick up the notebook that looked more like a diary. "Oh no! I forgot to hide it!" Klein shouted, "You!" The young officer returned him with a smile, but he didn't stop flipping through the notebook. The gray-eyed officer explained, "This is a necessary procedure." At this moment, Biggie Mountbatten and the dignified middle-aged officer only watched from the side. They did not interrupt or assist in the search. "Where's your search warrant?" Klein had intended to question him, but on careful thought, the judicial system of the Kingdom of Ruan did not seem to have evolved into something like a search warrant. At the very least, he did not know if there was one. After all, even the police force had only been established 15 or 16 years ago. When the original Klein was young, he was still called a sheriff. Klein could not stop him. He could only watch as the young officer quickly flipped through his notebook. The gray-eyed officer did not ask any further questions. "What strange thing!" The young officer flipped to the end and suddenly said, "Also, what does this sentence mean? Everyone will die, including me. Isn't it common sense that everyone will die, apart from deities?" Klein was about to quibble, but he suddenly remembered that he had intended to connect with the police to prevent any possible danger. However, he had no reason or excuse. In less than a second, he made a decision. He covered his forehead with his hand and answered with a pained tone, "I don't know. I really don't know. After I woke up this morning, I felt that something was wrong with me. It was as if I had forgotten something, especially the parts that happened in the past few days. I don't even know why I wrote such a sentence." Sometimes, being honest was the best way to solve a problem. Of course, being honest required skills. What could be said and what could not be said was one thing, and what should be said first and how to say it was another. As a keyboard expert, Klein had also studied a little bit of verbal skills. "Ridiculous! Do you take us for fools?" Biggie Mountbatten interjected angrily. He could not hold it in any longer. This lie was too clumsy. It was an insult to their intelligence. Pretending to be mentally ill was better than pretending to have amnesia. "It's true," Klein calmly responded to Mountbatten and the middle-aged officer's gaze. "This matter could not be any more true. Maybe it's really possible." At this moment, the gray-eyed officer spoke slowly. "What? He believed it just like that?" Klein was surprised himself. The gray-eyed officer smiled at him and said, "An expert will come in 2 days. An expert will come in 2 days. Trust me, she should be able to help you recall your lost memories." "Expert? Help recall? In the field of psychology?" Klein furrowed his brows. What if my memories of Earth are exposed?" He suddenly felt a toothache. The young officer put down his notes and searched the desk and the room. Fortunately, he focused on the books and did not lift the kettle to take a look. "All right, Mr. Klein, thank you for your cooperation. It's best that you don't leave Tingen for the next few days. If necessary, please inform Officer Mountbatten. Otherwise, you will become a fugitive," the gray-eyed officer exhorted. "That's it? That's it for today? No more questions and more investigations? Or bring me back to the police station to be tortured?" Klein was at a loss. However, he also wanted to resolve the strange incident brought about by Welch, so he nodded and said, "No problem." The officers left the room one by one. And the young man at the back suddenly patted Klein on the shoulder. "That's great. You're very lucky." "What?" Klein looked confused. The green-eyed officer, who had the temperament of a poet, smiled. "Generally speaking, it's normal for all parties involved to die in such an incident. We're very happy and fortunate to see that you're still alive." With that, he walked out of the room and closed the door behind him in a very polite manner. "It's normal for all parties to die? Happy that I'm still alive? Very fortunate that I'm still alive?" Chapter 11. Is it normal for all of them to die? Happy that I'm still alive? Very lucky that I'm still alive? Klein shuddered violently and hurriedly took 2 steps towards the door in an attempt to chase after the policeman for protection. But just as he touched the handle, he suddenly stopped. The police officer made it sound so scary. So why didn't they protect me, an important witness or key clue? Isn't this too careless? Is it a test or a bait? All kinds of thoughts battled in Klein's mind, making him suspect that the police were still watching him in the dark to observe his reaction. Thinking of this, he calmed down a lot and was no longer as panicked. He slowly opened the door and deliberately shouted at the staircase with a trembling voice, "You'll protect me, right? Pa, pa, pa." The police officers didn't respond. The rhythm of the leather shoes touching the wooden stairs didn't change. "I know. You'll do this," Klein shouted again in a feigned tone of conviction, trying to act like a normal person in danger. The footsteps gradually weakened and disappeared at the bottom of the apartment. Klein snorted and sneered in his heart. Isn't this reaction too fake? His acting isn't up to standard. He didn't chase after them. He turned back to the room and closed the door. In the next few hours, Klein fully showed his restlessness, anxiety, and incomprehension. He didn't relax just because there was no one around. This is called self-cultivation as an actor. He mocked himself in his heart. When the sun set in the west and the clouds in the sky burned, the residents of the apartment went home one after another. Only then did Klein shift his focus to other things. Melissa should be out of school soon. He looked at the stove, picked up the kettle, peeled off the coal, and took out his revolver. Without any pause or delay, he reached his hand to the back of the wooden plank at the bottom of the bunk bed, where there were about a dozen wooden planks crisscrossing. After clamping the revolver between a wooden plank and a wooden plank, Klein straightened his body and waited anxiously, afraid that the police would suddenly break open the door and rush into the room with guns. If it was the normal world of steam, he was sure that no one would see what he did just now. However, there was extraordinary power here, extraordinary power that he had verified himself. After waiting for a few minutes, there was no movement at the door. Only the sound of two tenants talking about going to the Wild Heart Bar on Iron Cross Street could be heard from afar, and then from near to far. Phew! Klein exhaled and his heart settled back into his chest. He just had to wait for Melissa to come back and make lamb stew with tender peas. As soon as this thought appeared, Klein's mouth seemed to be filled with the aroma of meat juices. He also remembered how Melissa made lamb stew with tender peas. First, she boiled the water and boiled the meat. Then, she added onions, salt, a little pepper, and water to stew it. When the time was right, she added peas and potatoes and stewed it for 40 to 50 minutes. It's really simple and crude. It's supported by the meat itself. Klein couldn't help but shake his head. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Commoners didn't have many kinds of seasonings or cooking technique. They could only pursue simplicity, practicality, and frugality. In any case, as long as the meat wasn't burnt or spoiled, it was fine for people who only ate it twice or even once a week. Klein couldn't be considered a good cook. He mainly ate out, but he cooked 3 or 4 times a week. After weeks of accumulation, he still had a passable standard. He felt that he couldn't let that pound of lamb down. I'll wait for Melissa to come back before I cook. It'll be after 7:30 p.m. by then. She'll starve. It's time to show her real culinary skills. Klein found an excuse for himself. He first reignited the fire and went to the public bathroom to get some water to wash the lamb. Then, he took out a chopping board and a kitchen knife, and chopped it into small pieces. As for how to explain his sudden culinary skills, he decided to blame it on the dead Welch McGovern. Not only did this classmate hire a chef who was good at mid-seashore specialties, but he also often cooked up his own delicacies and invited others to taste them. Yes, the dead won't refute me. However, this is the world who has a beyonder. The dead might not be unable to speak. With this thought in mind, Klein felt a little guilty. He put the messy thoughts aside and placed the meat into the soup bowl. Then, he took out the seasoning box and shook a spoonful of half-yellowed coarse salt into it. In addition, he took out some black pepper from a special bottle and mixed it with the lamb and salt to marinate it. He placed the saucepan on the stove and waited for it to heat up. While he was waiting for it to heat up, Klein found the remaining carrots from yesterday and cut them into many pieces along with the onions he bought today. After finishing his preparations, he took out a small jar from the cupboard. After opening it, there was a little lard left inside. Klein got a spoonful of it and put it into the pan. After it melted, he added the carrots and onions and stir-fried them for a while. The fragrance began to spread. Klein poured all the lamb into the pan and carefully fried it for a while. During this process, he should have added some cooking wine. At the very least, he should have replaced it with wine. However, the Moretti family didn't have such luxuries. Banson could only drink a glass of beer a week, so Klein could only make do with it. He poured some boiling water and stirred it casually. After simmering for about 20 minutes, he opened the lid and put in the tender peas and sliced potatoes. He then added a cup of hot water and 2 spoonfuls of salt. Closing the lid and lowering the fire, Klein exhaled in satisfaction as he waited for his sister to return home. As time passed, the fragrance in the room grew stronger. There was the temptation of the meat, the richness of the potatoes, and the freshness of the onions. As the scents gradually mixed, Klein swallowed his saliva from time to time. He pressed the pocket watch's lid and looked at the minute hand. 40 minutes later, footsteps that weren't exactly brisk but were rhythmic approached. The key was inserted, the handle turned, and the door opened. "It smells so good," Melissa murmured doubtfully before she entered. She took her handbag and walked in. Her gaze swept across the stove. "You made this?" Melissa paused in the middle of taking off her veil. She looked at Klein with fear in her eyes. She sniffed and inhaled more of the fragrance. Her gaze quickly softened as though she had found some confidence. "You made this?" she asked again, puzzled. "You're afraid that I'll waste the lamb?" Klein asked with a smile. Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "Don't worry. I specifically asked Welch how to make this dish. You know that he has a good chef." "Your first time making it?" Melissa frowned unconsciously, but the fragrance soothed her brows. "Looks like I'm very talented." Klein chuckled. "It's almost done. Put down your book and hat. Go wash your hands in the bathroom and wait to taste it. I'm very confident." Listening to her brother's orderly arrangements and looking at his gentle and calm smile, Melissa was stunned at the door and didn't respond. "Do you like it to be cooked?" Klein urged with a smile. Okay. Melissa snapped back to reality. She carried her handbag in one hand and her hat in the other and rushed into the inner room. Klein opened the lid of the stew pot. Steam immediately appeared in front of his eyes. 2 loaves of rye bread had long been placed beside the lamb and tender peas, allowing them to absorb the fragrance and heat to soften. When Melissa finished packing and washed her hands and face, there was a plate of lamb stew with tender peas with potatoes, carrots, and onions on the desk. 2 loaves of rye bread with gravy were on their respective plates. "Here, try it." Klein pointed at the wooden fork and spoon next to the plate. Melissa was still a little confused, but she didn't refuse. She picked up the fork and forked a piece of potato. She brought it to her mouth and took a bite. The glutinous potato and the rich fragrance of gravy filled the air at the same time, making her salivate crazily. She finished the potato in 2 or 3 bites and swallowed it. "Try the meat." Klein pointed at the plate with his chin. He had already tasted it and felt that it was only a passing standard. But for a little girl who had never seen the market and could only eat meat occasionally, it was enough. Melissa's eyes were filled with anticipation. She carefully forked a piece of lamb. It was stewed until it was quite soft. It felt like it was about to melt as soon as it entered her mouth. The real meat fragrance burst out, and the wonderful juice flowed and filled her mouth. It was a wonderful feeling that she had never experienced before. Melissa couldn't stop at all. When she came back to her senses, she had already eaten several pieces of lamb. Klein, this was prepared for you." Melissa's face turned red and she stuttered. "I've already eaten secretly. This is the privilege of being a chef." Klein comforted his sister with a smile. At the same time, he picked up the fork and spoon, sometimes eating a piece of meat, sometimes stuffing his mouth with peas, and sometimes putting down the cutlery to break a piece of black bread and dip it in the gravy. Melissa relaxed. She was affected by Klein's normal behavior and was immersed in the delicious taste again. "It's so delicious. I can't tell that this is your first time cooking." Melissa looked at the empty plate that didn't even have any gravy left, and praised sincerely. "Compared to Welch's chef, it's still a long way off. When I have money, I'll take you and Banson to a restaurant outside to eat better food." Klein started to look forward to it. "You'll have an interview, burp." Before Melissa could finish, she suddenly couldn't help but let out a satisfied sound. She hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, looking embarrassed. "It's all because the lamb stew with peas was too delicious." Klein chuckled inwardly and decided not to mock his sister. He pointed at the plate and said, This is your mission. All right. Melissa couldn't wait to stand up, grab the plate, and rush out the door. After she finished washing, she opened the cupboard and habitually checked the condiment box and other items. You used it just now? Melissa blurted out in surprise. She turned to look at Klein, holding a black pepper bottle and a can of lard in her hands. Klein spread his hands and smiled. A little. That's the price of deliciousness. Melissa's eyes flickered, her expression changed a few times before she pursed her lips and said, finally, she pursed her lips and said, I'll cook in the future. Chapter 12. Sis, can we not rub it in? Klein complained to himself. He felt his head throbbing in pain again. The original owner didn't forget a lot of knowledge, but it definitely wasn't little either. The interview was the day after tomorrow. There was no time to make up for it. Furthermore, he was involved in a strange and terrifying incident. How could he have the mood to revise? After giving his sister a perfunctory reply, Klein began to pretend to study. Melissa moved a chair and sat beside him. She used the light from the gas lamp to do her homework. The atmosphere was peaceful. When it was almost 11, the siblings said good night to each other and went to bed. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Klein woke up from his dream. He looked at the morning sun outside the window and sat up in a daze. Who is it? What time is it? Why didn't Melissa wake me up? It's me, Dunsmith. A deep male voice answered outside the door. Dunsmith? I don't know him. Klein shook his head and got off the bed. He walked to the door. He opened the door and saw the gray-eyed officer from yesterday. Did something happen? Klein asked warily. The gray-eyed officer answered with a serious expression, We found a coachman. We found a coachman. He confirmed that you went to Mr. Welch's house on the 27th, the day Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya died, and it was Mr. Welch who paid for you. Klein was stunned. He didn't feel any fear or guilt from having his lie exposed. He wasn't lying at all. Instead, he felt that the evidence provided by the gray-eyed officer, Dunsmith, was within his expectations. On the 27th of June, the original owner of the body went to Welch's house and committed suicide the night he returned. It was exactly the same as Welch and Naya. Klein opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. This isn't strong enough evidence to directly prove that I'm related to Welch and Naya's deaths. To be honest, I really want to know what happened to my two poor friends, but I really can't remember. I've almost completely forgotten what I did on the 27th. You might not believe this, but I only managed to guess that I went to Welch's house on the 27th based on my own note. Good mental fortitude. The gray-eyed officer, Dunsmith, nodded without a hint of anger or a smile. You should be able to hear my sincerity. Klein stared into her eyes. What I said was the truth. Of course, it was only a part of the truth. Dunsmith did not reply immediately. His gaze swept across the room before he said slowly, Mr. Welch lost a revolver. I think I should be able to find it here, right, Mr. Klein? Sure enough, Klein finally figured out the origin of the revolver. Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and he instantly made a decision. He raised his hands and stepped back to make way. Then, he pointed at the bunk bed with his chin. It's on the back of the bed. He did not specifically mention the lower bed, because normal people would not hide things on the back of the upper bed. It would be obvious to visitors. The gray-eyed officer Dunn did not move forward. He pursed his lips and said, Is there anything else you want to add? Klein answered without hesitation. Yes. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I found myself sprawled on the desk. Beside me was the revolver, and there were bullets at the foot of the wall. It looked like I had experienced a suicide. But perhaps I was inexperienced and had never used a gun before, or I was scared at the last moment. Anyway, the bullets did not achieve the desired effect. My head is still intact, and I've lived until now. And from then on, I lost some of my memories, including what I did and saw at Welch's house on the 27th. I'm not lying. I really don't remember. In order to clear his name and resolve the strange incidents that had entangled him, Klein told them almost everything, except for the transmigration and the gathering. In addition, he modified his wording so that every sentence could stand up to scrutiny. For example, he did not say that the bullets did not hit his head, but only mentioned that it did not achieve the desired effect, and that his head was still intact after the incident. In the ears of others, the two conveyed almost the same meaning, but in fact they were completely different. The gray-eyed officer, Dunn, listened quietly and slowly said, "This is in line with the development of my speculations. It is also in line with the hidden logic of previous similar incident. Of course, I don't know how you survived. It's good that you believe me. I don't know how I survived either." Klein heaved a sigh of relief. "But," Dunn threw out a twist, "it's useless for me to believe you. You are now a high suspect. You have to be confirmed by an expert to confirm that you have really forgotten what happened, or that you really did not directly cause the deaths of Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya." He coughed, and his expression turned serious. "Mr. Klein, please cooperate with the investigation and come back to the police station with us. It will take about 2 to 3 days if you are really fine." "The expert is here?" Klein asked in a daze. "Didn't she say in 2 days?" "She's earlier than we expected." Dunn turned his body and gestured for Klein to go out. "I'll leave a note," Klein requested. Banson was still on a business trip, and Melissa had gone to school. He could only leave a note to tell them that he was involved with Welch, so that they would not worry. Dunn nodded nonchalantly. "Sure." Klein returned to his desk. As he found a piece of paper to write on, he began to think about what to do next. To be honest, he really did not want to meet the expert. After all, he was hiding a bigger secret. In a place where there were 7 major churches, and under the premise that Roselle the Great, who was suspected to be his predecessor, had been assassinated, transmigration would most likely require him to go to the tribunal and the tribunal. However, without weapons, combat skills, and supernatural powers, he was no match for a professional police officer. Moreover, there were a few of Dunn's subordinates standing in the darkness outside the door. If they pulled out their guns and shot at him, he would be done for. Phew, let's just take it one step at a time. Klein left the note, took the key, and followed Dunn out of the room. In the dim corridor, 4 police officers in black and white uniforms stood on both sides, very alert. Klein followed Dunn down the wooden stairs, step by step. Creaking sounds could be heard from time to time. A 4-wheeled horse carriage was parked outside the apartment. The side of the carriage was engraved with the police logo of 2 crossed swords, crowns. The surroundings were as lively and crowded as every other morning. "Let's go up." Dunn gestured for Klein to go first. Just as Klein was about to take a step, an oyster vendor suddenly grabbed a customer and accused him of being a thief. The two sides began to scuffle, startling the horses and causing chaos in the surroundings. An opportunity. With no time to think, Klein suddenly bent down and rushed into the crowd. Pushing and dodging, he frantically ran to the other end of the street. In the current situation, in order not to meet the expert, he could only go to the dock outside the city, take a boat down the Tussock River, and escape to the capital, Bakeland, where there was a large population and it was easy to hide. Of course, he could also take a steam locomotive to the east to the nearest Enmat harbor, take the sea route to Pritz, and then go to Bakeland. Soon, Klein ran to the end of the street and turned into Iron Cross Street, where a few carriages were parked. To the dock outside the city. Klein jumped onto one of the carriages. He had thought it through very clearly. He would first deliberately mislead the pursuing police, and when the carriage was a certain distance away, he would jump off. All right. The carriage driver pulled the reins. Ta-ta-ta. The carriage left Iron Cross Street. Just as Klein was about to jump off, he suddenly realized that the carriage had turned into another road. It wasn't the road that led outside the city. "Where are you going?" Klein was stunned for a moment before he blurted out. To Welch's residence. The carriage driver replied in a flat tone. What? In Klein's shock, the carriage driver turned around and revealed a pair of deep, cold gray eyes. It was Officer Dunn Smith. You. Klein was inexplicably terrified. He suddenly felt the world spin and sat up. Sit up? Puzzled, Klein looked around and saw that the crimson moon was shining brightly outside the window, and the room was covered in light muslin. He reached out to touch his forehead. It was moist and cold, covered in cold sweat. It was the same feeling on his back. I had a nightmare. Klein slowly exhaled. It's okay, it's okay. He felt that he was quite awake in the dream and could still think calmly. It was rather strange. After calming down a little, Klein picked up his pocket watch and glanced at it. He realized that it was only 2 in the morning, so he quietly got out of bed. He planned to wash his face in the public bathroom and relieve his bloated abdomen. He opened the door and came to the dark corridor. Under the dim moonlight, he approached the public bathroom with light footstep. Suddenly, he saw a figure standing in front of the window at the end of the corridor. The figure was wearing a black trench coat that was shorter than a robe and longer than a formal suit. The figure blended into the darkness and bathed in the cold crimson moonlight. The figure slowly turned around. His eyes were deep, dark, and cold. Chapter 13. Tap. Klein couldn't help but take a step back. For a moment, he didn't know if he was awake or if he was still dreaming. The figure took off his black top hat, bowed slightly, and said with a deep smile, "Let me reintroduce myself. Nighthawk Dunn Smith." Nighthawk? The code name of the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Beyonder team that Justice and the Hanging Man mentioned? Klein came to a realization as he thought back to what had happened. He immediately blurted out. He made the connection and blurted out, "You control dreams? You made me have a dream like that?" The Nighthawk, Dunn Smith, wore his black top hat again, concealing his slightly protruding hairline. His deep gray eyes contained a hint of a smile. His deep gray eyes contained a smile as he said, "No, I only entered your dream and provided the necessary guidance." His voice was mellow and gentle. It didn't alarm anyone as it reverberated in the dark corridor like a sweet dream. In a dream, although there will be the magnification of emotions and all kinds of dark thoughts, making everything appear chaotic, absurd, and crazy, the truth still exists and is still hidden within. To an experienced person like me, everything is obvious and easy to see. Compared to the sober you, I trust the you in the dream more. How can a normal person control their dreams? If I dream of something from Earth, wouldn't I be discovered by Dunn Smith? Klein was shocked, and he was filled with lingering fear for his encounter in the dream. But he quickly sensed something strange, because he remembered that he was very clear-headed and rational in the dream. He knew what to say and what not to say. To put it simply, it didn't seem like a dream at all. So, Dunn Smith only saw what I wanted him to see. Klein's thoughts raced as he vaguely came to a realization. Is this a benefit that comes with transmigration, such as the uniqueness of one's own spirit, or is it an additional effect of the luck enhancement ritual? So, Mr. Smith, are you sure that I've really lost my memories? Klein asked after organizing his words. Dunn Smith didn't answer directly. Instead, he gave him a deep look. You're actually not surprised by such a thing? The people I met previously didn't believe in beyonder powers, even if they had just had a dream. They would rather believe that they hadn't really woken up. Klein grunted in acknowledgement. Maybe it's because I'm praying for such a power to help me. What an interesting way of thinking. Perhaps you didn't survive just because you were lucky. Dunn nodded without a smile. I can now confirm that you have lost part of your memory because of this incident, especially those related to the incident itself. Then can I go back? Klein let out a long sigh of relief and asked tentatively. With one hand in his pocket, Dunn slowly walked over. The dark night around him became quiet and gentle. No, you still have to come with me to see the expert. The corners of his mouth curled up politely. Why? Klein blurted out and then quickly added, You don't believe in your own guidance of the dream? What kind of joke was this? If that expert was skilled in hypnosis or mind reading, then wouldn't my greatest secret be exposed? The result would be unimaginable. I've always been humble, but when it comes to dreams, I still have some confidence. Dunn calmly replied, however, It's not a bad idea to confirm the key and important things again. Besides, she's very different from me in what she's good at. Perhaps she can help you recover some of your memories. Without waiting for Klein to speak, his voice turned deep. After all, you're related to the whereabouts of the Antigonus family's notebook. What? Klein was stunned. Dunn stopped in front of him and stared into his eyes with his gray eyes. There's no notebook left behind from the fourth epoch at the scene. There's nothing in the entire house. Welch is dead. Naya is dead. You're the only clue. All right. Klein fell silent for a moment before exhaling. The notebook was gone. This was really strange. I didn't even think about the whereabouts of the fourth epoch's notebook. Dunn nodded indiscernibly. As he walked past Klein, he said, Lock the door and come with me to Welch's residence. Lock the door and come with me to Welch's place now. The expert is waiting for us there. Taking a silent breath, Klein's heart was pounding, and he felt uneasy. He had the intention to refuse and even wanted to escape, but he believed that with the precedent of the dream, Dunn Smith would definitely be more vigilant. And with the difference in strength between a normal person and a beyonder, there wasn't much chance of success if he forced it. He must still have a pistol on him. He must have practiced shooting many times. All sorts of thoughts clashed violently in his mind. In the end, Klein chose to accept reality. All right. Sigh, I can only take it one step at a time. Perhaps the uniqueness in my dream will take effect again, then let's go. Dunn's tone was unperturbed. Klein turned around and took 2 steps before suddenly stopping. Mr. Smith, I want to go to the bathroom first. I came out to go to the bathroom. Dunn didn't stop him. Instead, he gave him a deep look. No problem, Klein. Trust me, in the dark of night, I am far more powerful than you can imagine. In the dark. Klein silently repeated these words. He didn't try it rashly. Instead, he took care of the swelling in his lower abdomen and washed his face with cold water to calm himself down completely. After changing his clothes and closing the door, Klein gently followed Dunn down the stairs to the entrance of the apartment. In this piece, Dunn Smith suddenly opened his mouth. At the end of the dream, why did you want to escape? What are you afraid of? Klein's mind raced as he thought and replied, That's right. I don't remember what I did at Welch's house, and I don't remember if I directly caused his and Naya's deaths. I'm afraid that if it turns out to be me in the end, I won't dare to gamble on that. I might as well run away and start a new life in the southern continent. If it were me, I'd do the same. Dunn pushed open the door to the apartment, allowing the cool night breeze to blow away the stuffy heat inside. He wasn't afraid that Klein would escape, so he got into the carriage first. It was the one Klein had seen in his dream. It had 4 wheels, a single horse, and a coachman. The side of the carriage was engraved with the police logo of 2 crossed swords, crowned. Klein followed him in and found a thick carpet inside. It was filled with a soothing aroma. He sat down casually and tried to find out more about the situation. Mr. Smith, if, and I'm saying if, the expert proves that I've really forgotten that part of my memory, and there's no other evidence to prove that I'm the perpetrator and not the victim, then the matter will be over? In theory, yes. We'll find the notebook through other means. As long as it still exists, we'll find it. Of course, before that, we'll have to make sure that you're not cursed, that you don't have the lingering smell of evil spirits, that you don't have any psychological problems, and that you'll be able to live a safe and healthy life in the future. Dunn Smith revealed a slightly strange smile. Klein keenly caught it. He didn't have time to relax. He quickly asked, In theory? Yes, it's only in theory. In this field, it's always full of twisted, illogical, and unbelievable things. Dunn looked into Klein's eyes and said, "Sometimes we can't predict or control their continuation or end." For example? Klein was a little afraid. The carriage sped along the almost deserted street. Dunn took out his pipe and sniffed it. Just when we think it's over and everything has returned to normal, it will descend again in a terrifying and horrifying way. A few years ago we dealt with a case of a cult. They organized believers to commit suicide as a living sacrifice to please the evil god. After one of the believers was chosen, his survival instincts triumphed over his stupidity, disbelief, and hallucinogens. He secretly ran to the police station to report the case. The matter was handed over to us to handle. It was a very small mission because the cult didn't have any beyonders. The deity they sacrificed to was something their leader came up with. In order to amass wealth and enjoy themselves, they had lost all humanity. We only used 2 members, and with the cooperation of the police, we successfully took care of the cult. Not a single one of them escaped. As for the person who reported the case, we also confirmed that he didn't have the lingering smell of evil spirits, nor was he cursed. He didn't have any psychological problems, personality problems, or any other strange traces. After that, his career developed well. He married a good wife and had a son and a daughter. All the shadows seemed to have left him. The horror and bloodshed of the past seemed to have completely dissipated. At this point, Dunn Smith smiled. But in March of this year, with a good financial situation, a deep relationship with his wife, and a smart and adorable child, he died. He strangled himself to death in his office. The crimson moonlight shone in from outside the carriage's window, shining on Dunn Smith. At this moment, his seemingly self-deprecating smile made Klein feel indescribably horrified. He strangled himself to death. Klein drew a silent breath, as though he could see his tragic end. Even if he escaped the calamity, it would only be for a moment? What could be done to resolve it completely? How could he fight it by becoming a beyonder? The carriage returned to silence. Countless thoughts emerged in Klein's mind, but they all fell to the ground. In this indescribable silence, the carriage traveled for a long time at a very fast speed. Just as Klein made up his mind to shamelessly ask Dunn Smith for a solution, the carriage stopped. "Mr. Smith, we've arrived at Welch's residence." The carriage driver's voice entered their ears. "Let's go down." Dunn adjusted the black trench coat that reached his knees. Let me introduce in advance. The identity of the expert to the public is the most famous spirit medium in Alwa County. Klein restrained his other thoughts and asked curiously, "What's her actual identity?" Dunn turned his body halfway and turned his head back. His gray eyes were deep as he said, Chapter 14. A True Spirit Medium. Klein silently recited the description and didn't say another word. He followed Dunn Smith out of the carriage. Welch's residence in Tingen was a detached house with a garden. Outside the hollow iron gate was a road that allowed 4 carriages to pass at the same time. There was a street lamp every 50 meters on both sides of the road. They were different from the ones Klein had seen in his previous life. They were gas lamps, and the height of the pillars was about the same as an adult man's, making it easy to light up the place. Black metal clung to the glass and formed a grid, casting a lantern-like classical artwork. Coldness and warmth danced together, while shadows and light coexisted. Stepping on the dim yellow road, Klein and Dunn Smith passed through the half-closed iron gate and entered Welch's rented place. Facing the gate was a road that could accommodate 2 carriages. It was paved with cement and led straight to the 2-story house. To the left was a garden, and to the right was a lawn. The faint fragrance of flowers and a refreshing smell blended together, making one feel relaxed. The moment he stepped in, Klein's hair stood on end as he looked around. He felt that in the garden, in the shadows of the lawn, on the top of the house, behind the swing, and in the dark corners, there were pairs of eyes staring at him. It was clearly empty, but Klein felt like he was in a bustling street. This strange contrast, this strange feeling, made his body tense up, a chill creeping up from his tailbone. Something's wrong, he couldn't help but warn Dunn. Dunn's expression didn't change as he walked to the side and calmly replied. He replied calmly, "Don't worry about it." Hearing the Nighthawks say so, Klein endured the creepy feeling of being followed, spied on, and sized up without being able to find his target. He walked step by step to the front door of the detached house. "I'll get nervous if I stay like this for too long." When Dunn knocked on the door, Klein quickly looked back. The flowers were swaying in the wind, but there was no sign of anyone. "Come in, gentlemen." A slightly ethereal voice came from inside the house. Dunn twisted the doorknob, pushed the door open, and entered. He said to the woman sitting on the sofa, "Daly, are there any results?" The chandelier in the living room was not lit, and there was a leather sofa surrounded by a marble coffee table. There was a candle burning on the coffee table, but the flame was bright blue, covering the semi-open living room, dining room, and kitchen in a strange, flickering color. There was a lady sitting in the middle of the couch. She was wearing a hooded black robe and had blue eyeshadow and blush on her face. A silver chain with a white crystal pendant was wrapped around her wrist. At first glance, Klein had an inexplicable feeling. She's dressed like a real shaman. Was he playing himself? The spirit medium, Daly, who had a bewitching beauty, swept her shimmering green eyes across Klein and looked at Dunn Smith. The original spirits have all disappeared, including Welch and Nayas. The little ones here don't know anything. Spirit? Spirit shamans. Were those invisible people just now spirits? There were actually so many spirits? Klein took off his hat, placed it on his chest, and bowed slightly. "Good evening, ma'am." Dunn Smith sighed. "What a thorny problem. Daly, this is Klein Moretti. Try and see if you can discover anything from him." Spirit medium, Daly's gaze immediately turned to Klein. She pointed at the single-seater sofa and said, "Please have a seat." "Thank you. Thank you." Klein nodded, took a few steps over, and sat down obediently. He couldn't help but feel his heart in his throat. Whether he lived or died, survived successfully, or if his secret was exposed, all depended on what happened next. And what made him feel the most helpless was that he lacked anything he could rely on. He could only place his hopes on being special. This really isn't a good feeling, Klein thought bitterly. As Dunn sat on the two-seater sofa opposite him, spirit medium, Daly took out 2 thumb-sized glass bottles from a hidden pocket by her waist. Her green eyes smiled at Klein and said, "I need some help. I need some assistance. After all, you are not an enemy, so I can't treat you so directly and roughly. That will make you uncomfortable and feel pain, and there might even be serious sequelae. I will give you some fragrance, enough gentleness and lubrication so that you can let go of yourself bit by bit and truly immerse yourself in that feeling." Why does that sound so wrong? Klein clicked his tongue, his eyes filled with surprise. Opposite him, Dunn smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. Unlike those fellows from the Church of the Lord of Storms, here, ladies can also verbally tease men. Regarding this, you should be able to understand. Your mother is a devout believer of the goddess. You and your brother also attended the church's Sunday school. I understand. I just didn't expect it to be so. Klein gestured, unable to find a suitable adjective. He nearly blurted out "experienced" as a translation. The corners of Dunn's mouth curled up. Don't worry. Daly rarely does such things. She only wants to use such a method to calm you down and relax. She likes corpses more than men. You make me sound like a pervert, spirit medium Daly interrupted with a smile. She opened one of the tiny bottles and sprinkled a few drops into the bright blue candle flame. Night vanilla, slumber flower, and chamomile distilled and extracted pure dew. I call it amantha. It means tranquility in Hermes. It smells good. As she spoke, the candle flame flickered a few times. The few drops of dew quickly evaporated and filled the room. A serene and enchanting fragrance drilled into Klein's nose. His emotions were no longer tense, and his mind quickly calmed down. It was as though he was looking down at the darkness in the dead of night. This bottle is called the Eye of the Spirit. It's made from the bark and leaves of dragon-pattern trees and poplar trees. It's sun-dried for 7 days, boiled 3 times, and soaked in long. Of course, there are a few incantations in between. The amber-colored liquid dripped onto the bright blue candle flame as spirit medium Daly described it. Klein caught a whiff of the fragrance of the wine. It was ethereal and ethereal. He saw the candle flame flicker violently, and he saw Daly's blue eyeshadow and blush shimmer with a strange luster. He even began to see double. It's a good helper for mediumship, and it's also a sufficiently enchanting flower spirit. As Daly spoke, Klein felt as though her voice was coming from every direction. Looking around in confusion, Klein realized that everything was shaking and turning blurry. It was as though he was shrouded in layers of thick fog. Even his body was shaking, turning blurry, floating, and weightless. The red was redder, the blue was bluer, and the black was blacker. The colors were mixed like an impressionist oil painting. It was blurry and dreamy, and there were faint murmurs around him, as though countless invisible people were discussing. This feels similar to the luck enhancement ritual I had previously, but it doesn't have the feeling of going crazy or exploding. Klein looked at all of this as he thought in puzzlement. At that moment, his gaze was attracted by a pair of eyes that resembled emeralds. The black-robed Daly was sitting on a blurry sofa. Her gaze was strangely focused on the top of Klein's head as she said with a gentle smile, "Let me formally introduce myself. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Spirit Medium Daly. This. I can still think calmly and rationally. It's just like during the luck enhancement ritual and the gathering." Klein's mind stirred as he deliberately appeared muddle-headed. Hello, a human's mind is very broad, and it hides many secrets. Look at the sea. We can only understand the island that's exposed above the sea's surface, but in fact, there's a bigger portion of the island beneath the sea's surface. But in fact, other than the island, there's the entire sea, as well as the boundless sky that symbolizes the spirit world. You are the body's spirit. Not only do you know of the island that's exposed above the sea's surface, you also know of the portion of the island that's hidden beneath the sea. You know of the entire sea. Anything that exists will leave behind traces. The memories on the island's surface can be wiped away, but the portion beneath the sea's surface and the entire sea will definitely have its remnant projection. Daly guided him again and again as the surrounding blurry wind and shadows changed into similar shapes. It was as though the sea in Klein's mind was completely exposed, waiting for him to find and discover it. Klein calmly looked at the churning sea from time to time. Finally, he replied in an ethereal tone. "No. I can't remember. I've forgotten." He showed his pain at just the right time. Daly tried to guide him again, but the clear-headed Klein wasn't affected. "All right, that's it. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back." As the ethereal voice reverberated, Daly disappeared. The wind and shadows began to calm down, and the serene smell and faint wine fragrance became obvious again. All the colors returned to normal, and the blurry and confused feeling no longer appeared. Klein's body trembled as he regained his weight. He opened his eyes, which he had closed at some point in time, and realized that in front of him was still the bright blue candle, the comfortable sitting Dunsmith, and the spirit medium Daly in a hooded black robe. "Why did you use the theories of those evil lunatics from psychological alchemy?" Dunn frowned slightly and looked at Daly. As Daly put away the 2 small bottles, she calmly replied, "I think it's quite correct. At least, it matches some of the things I've seen and come into contact with." Without waiting for Dunn to speak again, she spread her hands and said, "He's a troublesome fellow." "What a troublesome fellow! He didn't leave any traces." Upon hearing this, Klein heaved a long sigh of relief. He pretended to be ignorant. He feigned ignorance and asked, "It's over? What happened just now? I feel like I fell asleep." "That's considered a pass, right? Thankfully, there's a simulation of the luck enhancement ritual. Let's assume so." Dunn interrupted him and looked at Spirit Medium daily. "Have you examined Welch and Naya's corpses? Corpses can tell us more than you can imagine. Unfortunately, Welch and Naya had indeed committed suicide. All I can say is that the power that affected them was terrifying. There weren't any traces left behind." Daly stood up and extended her hand towards the candle. "I'm going to rest." The bright blue light disappeared, and the room was instantly filled with a blurry crimson. "Congratulations. You can go home now, but remember not to tell your family or friends about this. You have to guarantee it." Dunn led Klein to the door. Klein asked in surprise, "Don't I need to check for traces of curses or evil spirits?" "If Daly didn't mention it, then there isn't any," Dunn answered briefly. Klein felt relieved. Thinking of his previous worries, he hurriedly asked, "How do I confirm that there won't be any trouble?" "Don't worry too much." The corners of Dunn's mouth twitched. "According to statistics, 80% of the people who are still alive in such situations do not encounter any terrifying consequences." "Yes, that's based on my impression. It's roughly about the same. Then there's still the 20% who are unlucky." Klein didn't dare risk his reputation. "Then you can consider joining us as a civilian. That way we'll be able to detect any signs in time." Dunn approached the carriage and said casually, "Or you can directly become a Beyonder. After all, we're not your nannies. We can't watch over you all night and watch what you do with a woman." "Can I?" Klein followed up with a question. Of course, he didn't have much hope. After all, how could it be so easy to join the Nighthawks and obtain Beyonder powers? That was Beyonder power. Dunn stopped in his tracks and looked sideways at him. "It's not impossible. It depends on the situation." "What?" This turn of events shocked Klein. He was stunned for a moment beside the carriage. "Really? Are you kidding me? I can become a Beyonder so easily?" Dunn chuckled. His gray eyes were covered by the shadow of the carriage. "You don't believe me? Actually, you will lose a lot when you become a Nighthawk, such as freedom. Let's not talk about this first. There are other problems. First, you're not a clergyman or a devout believer. You can't be picky or choose the safest path. Secondly," Dunn grabbed the handrail and boarded the carriage, "we, the mandated punishers, the machinery hive mind, and other similar judicial bodies deal with a quarter of the incidents every year involving Beyonders who lose control." "A quarter? Beyonders who lose control?" Klein was stunned. At this moment, Dunn turned his body halfway. His gray eyes were deep, and the corners of his mouth moved without a smile. Chapter 15. Why? Upon hearing Dunn's words, Klein's heart was in turmoil as he instinctively blurted out, "There are serious latent problems with Beyonders? So much so that the Church's internal judiciary and Beyonders dealing with heretical matters are prone to problems?" Dunn Smith stepped into the carriage and sat in his previous seat. His expression and tone remained normal. "This isn't something you need to understand, nor is it something you can understand unless you become one of us." Klein was left speechless as he sat down. He asked, half amused and half puzzled, he asked in amusement and confusion, "How can I make the decision to join if I don't understand this? And if I don't join, I won't be able to understand. This is a vicious cycle." Dunn Smith took out his pipe again and put it under his nose to take a puff. "You've probably misunderstood. Being one of us includes clerks. That is to say, as long as I become one of your clerks, I can understand the relevant secrets, figure out the latent problems and possible dangers of being a Beyonder, and then consider whether or not to become a Beyonder." As Klein sorted out his thoughts, he used his own words to describe what Smith meant. Dunn smiled and said, "That's right. Except for one thing. That is, becoming a beyonder doesn't necessarily mean that you will become one. In this aspect, the various churches are equally strict. It would be strange if they weren't strict, Klein lampooned in his heart as he emphasized his tone with a hand gesture. What about clerks? That should be very strict, right? If it's you, then there shouldn't be a problem. Dunn's eyes were half closed as he sniffed at his pipe with a relaxed expression, but he didn't light it. Why? Klein fell into confusion once again. At the same time, he mocked himself in his heart. Could it be that my uniqueness, my transmigrator halo, is like a firefly in the night, so bright and so outstanding? Dunn opened his half-closed eyes, his gray eyes as deep as before. First, to be able to survive such an incident without our help, this means that you have strengths that are different from others. For example, luck. And lucky people are always very popular. Seeing Klein's dull expression, he smiled and said, "Secondly, you are a graduate of Koei University's history department. This is something we need very much." Although Lumi, a follower of the Lord of Storms, has a disgusting attitude towards women, his views on society, culture, economics, and politics are still sharp. He once said that talent is the key to maintaining competitive advantages and good development. I agree with this point. Noticing that Klein was frowning slightly, he casually explained, "You should be able to imagine that we often come into contact with documents and items from the Fourth Epoch or even earlier. Many cults and heretics try to gain power from these things, and sometimes they themselves lead to strange and terrible things. Apart from beyonders in special domains, most of us aren't good at learning, or rather, we've already passed that age." At this point, Dunn Smith pointed at his head, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as if he was mocking himself. "Those boring knowledge always make people want to sleep. Even a sleepless can't resist it. In the past, we would seek out historians and archaeologists to cooperate, but there's the risk of secrets being leaked, and it might also bring harm to the professors and associate professors. Therefore, to have a professional join us and become one of us, it's a good thing that's hard to refuse." Klein nodded gently and accepted Dunn's explanation. Then, he asked with divergent thoughts, "Then why didn't you directly, recruit one?" Dunn continued, "This is the third and most important point. You've already come into contact with similar incidents, so there's no problem of violating the confidentiality clause by inviting you. As for recruiting someone else, if it fails, I'll bear the responsibility for the secrets being leaked. Most of our team members and clerical staff come from within the church." After listening in silence, Klein asked curiously, "Why are you so strict about keeping it a secret? Wouldn't it prevent the same mistakes from happening again if many things were publicized and circulated to let more people know? The greatest fear comes from the unknown. We can make the unknown known. No, the stupidity of humans is beyond your imagination. This will only lead to more imitations, greater chaos, and more serious incidents," Dunn Smith replied, shaking his head. Klein tersely acknowledged and said in enlightenment, "That's right. The only lesson that humans have learned from history is that humans are unable to learn any lessons from history. They will always repeat the same tragedy." Emperor Rosel's famous saying is indeed full of philosophy. Dunn agreed. Rosel the Great said that? Senior Transmigrator really doesn't give the latecomers any chance to act cool. For a moment, Klein didn't know how to respond. Dunn turned to look outside the carriage. The dim yellow of the street lamps formed the radiance of civilization. There is a similar saying in the judicial organs of the various churches. This might be the main reason why it is strictly kept secret and forbidden from ordinary people. What is it? Klein perked up, feeling the thrill of prying into a secret. Dunn turned his head back, his facial muscles indiscernibly twitching. Belief and fear bring trouble. More belief and fear bring even greater trouble until everything is destroyed. After saying this, he sighed and said, "That's right. And other than praying for the blessings and help of the deities, humans are unable to solve the true problem. Belief and fear bring trouble. More belief and fear bring even greater trouble. Klein silently repeated the sentence, unable to understand it. Then, he felt fear due to the unknown he couldn't understand. It was as though in the shadows of the street lamps outside, in the darkness without light, there were pairs of eyes filled with malice and open mouths. The horses' hooves were swift and the wheels rolled. With Iron Cross Street in sight, Dunn broke the sudden silence and formally invited him. "Do you want to join us as a clerical staff member?" Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. He was momentarily unable to make a decision. After some thought, he said, "Can I consider it?" This was a matter of great importance. He couldn't make a rash decision. "No problem. Just give me an answer before Sunday." Dunn nodded. "Of course, remember to keep it a secret. You can't tell anyone about Welch, including your brother and sister. Once you violate this, not only will it bring them trouble, it might even result in you being sent to a special court." "All right," Klein answered solemnly. The carriage fell silent again. As he approached Iron Cross Street and was about to reach home, Klein suddenly thought of a question. After hesitating for a few seconds, he asked, "Mr. Smith, what's the salary and benefits of your clerical staff?" "This is a serious question." Dunn was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. Our funds are jointly guaranteed by the church and the police department. A new clerical staff's weekly salary is £2.10 solely. In addition, there's another 10 solely for confidentiality and risk compensation. That's a total of £3. It's not much worse than an official university lecturer. After that, your salary will gradually increase as you gain more experience and corresponding contributions. For clerical staff, we usually have a 5-year contract. If you're not willing to do it after 5 years, you can resign normally. However, you have to sign a lifetime confidentiality clause. You can't leave Tingen without our approval. If you want to move to another city, you have to register with the local Nighthawks immediately. Right, there's no Sunday. You can only take shift. There must be 3 clerical staff working at all times. If you want to go south or to Desi Bay for a vacation, you have to coordinate with your colleagues." Just as Dunn finished speaking, the carriage stopped. Klein and his family's apartment appeared to the side. "I understand." Klein turned around and alighted from the carriage. He stopped by the side. "Right, Mr. Smith, where should I look for you after I've made up my mind?" Dunn gave a deep laugh. "Go to the Hound Tavern on Bessick Street. Look for their boss, right? Tell him that you want to hire a mercenary team for a mission." "Ah." Klein was confused. "Our address is also confidential. Before you agree, we can't tell you directly." "All right, Mr. Klein Moretti, I wish you a sweet dream tonight." Dunn smiled as a form of greeting. Klein took off his hat and bowed. He watched the carriage speed up and leave. He took out his pocket watch and opened it. It was only a little past 4 in the morning. The street was breezy and the street lights were dim. Klein took a deep breath and took in the silence of the night. The street that was the noisiest during the day was cold and quiet in the middle of the night. It was completely different from the silent stares and psychic hallucinations in Welch's residence. Chapter 16. "Phew, I've finally passed the spirit medium stage," Klein exhaled and slowly turned around. As he enjoyed the tranquility of the night and the refreshing cool breeze, he approached the apartment door. He took out the key, inserted it, and slowly twisted it, causing the crimson darkness to expand with a creaking sound. Walking on the deserted stairs and breathing in the cold air, Klein had an inexplicable feeling that he had a few more hours in life than others. It was to the point that his footsteps became lighter. Creak. He maintained a similar state of mind as he opened the door to his room. But before he stepped in, he saw a figure sitting quietly in the darkness in front of the study table. Her black hair was bathed in red, her brown eyes were bright, and her face was delicate. It was Melissa Moretti. Klein, where did you go? Melissa's brows relaxed as she asked in puzzlement. Without waiting for Klein to answer, she added, as though she wanted to clearly explain the cause and effect of the matter, as well as the logical relationship between them. I just got up to go to the bathroom and realized that you weren't home. Klein had rich experience in deceiving his parent. With a thought, he calmly replied with a wry smile, I couldn't fall asleep after waking up once. I thought that instead of wasting time, I might as well train, so I went out for a few rounds. Look, I'm covered in sweat. He took off his jacket, turned around, and pointed at his back. Melissa stood up and glanced at him nonchalantly. After deliberating for a few seconds, she said, Yes. She deliberated for a few seconds before saying, Klein, actually, you don't have to. You don't have to feel too pressured. You will definitely pass the interview at Tingen University. Even if you can't, well, I mean you will still be able to find a better one. I didn't even consider the interview. Klein nodded. I understand. He didn't mention that he had already received an offer because he hadn't decided if he wanted to go. Melissa gave him a deep look before she suddenly turned around and jogged into the inner room. She took out a tortoise-shaped object that was made up of gears, rusted metal, springs, and springs. Melissa quickly tightened the spring and placed the item on the desk. Ka-ka-ka-da-da. The turtle hopped and walked rhythmically, causing people to involuntarily turn their attention to it. When I feel troubled, watching it move like this makes me feel much better. I've been doing this a lot recently and it's very effective. Klein, give it a try. Melissa's eyes lit up as she invited him. Klein didn't reject his sister's good intentions. He leaned in to look at the tortoise and waited for it to stop before smiling. Simplicity and regularity really do bring relaxation. Without waiting for Melissa to speak, he pointed at the tortoise and asked casually, You made it yourself? When did you do it? Why didn't I know about this? I made it with materials the school didn't want and things I picked up on the road. I just finished it 2 days ago. Melissa's expression was the same as usual, but the corners of her mouth curled up a little. Very impressive, Klein praised sincerely. As a boy with poor mechanical skills, he had struggled to assemble a Mini 4WD when he was young. Melissa raised her chin slightly, her eyes slightly curved as she replied calmly, It's all right, it's all right. Excessive modesty is a bad character. Klein chuckled. This is a tortoise, right? The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned heavy. Melissa's faint voice sounded like a crimson veil. It's a doll. Doll? Klein smiled awkwardly and forcefully explained, The problem is the materials. The problem with the materials is that it's too crude. Then, he changed the topic. Why would you go to the bathroom in the middle of the night? There's a toilet in there, right? Besides, aren't you good at sleeping until dawn? Melissa was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, she opened her mouth and was about to explain. At this moment, a gurgling sound of digestion came from her abdomen. I'll go back to sleep. Bang. She grabbed the tortoise-shaped doll and jogged into the room, closing the door. Last night's dinner was too good. I ate too much, and my stomach isn't used to it. Klein shook his head and laughed. He slowly walked to the desk and silently sat on the chair. Under the crimson moon that emerged from behind the dark clouds, he quietly thought about Dunsmith's invitation. The disadvantages of being a civilian member of the Nighthawks were obvious. As a transmigrator and the founder of the mysterious gathering, the Fool, he had many secrets on him. It was quite risky for him to stay under the watchful eyes of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, who specialized in dealing with beyonder matters. As long as he joined Dunsmith and Company, his goal would definitely be to become a beyonder, so as to conceal the benefits he obtained from the gathering. And as an official member, his freedom would definitely be restricted. It was just like how a civilian had to report when leaving Tingen. He couldn't go wherever he wanted or do whatever he wanted. He would miss out on many opportunities. The Nighthawks were a strict organization. Once there was a mission, he could only wait for it to be arranged and accept orders. There was a risk of losing control as a beyonder. After listing all the disadvantages in his mind, Klein began to consider the necessity and benefit. From the luck enhancement ritual and other encounters, he wouldn't be the 80% lucky person that Dunn mentioned. There would definitely be strange incidents that would befall him in the future. It would be filled with danger, and only by becoming a beyonder or joining the Nighthawks would he have the ability to resist them. To become a beyonder, it was impossible to rely on the gathering alone. The potion formula wasn't a big problem, but where to find the corresponding ingredients, how to obtain them, how to concoct them, as well as the general knowledge of a beyonder's daily cultivation, he had serious obstacles. It was impossible for him to ask Justice and the Hanging Man for everything. Not only would it damage the fool's image and arouse their suspicions, but he also wouldn't have the time to discuss such trivial matters. Similarly, he wouldn't be able to produce anything of interest to them. In addition, more material interactions would leave behind traces of his real identity. When the time came, online disputes would turn into offline conflicts, which would be troublesome. As for joining the Nighthawks, he would definitely come into contact with the general knowledge of the mysterious world and the relevant channels. He would accumulate enough corresponding connections and use them as a fulcrum to stir up the gathering and obtain the greatest benefits from Justice and the Hanging Man. This would then, in turn, improve his real state and obtain more resources, forming a virtuous cycle. Of course, he could also join the psychological alchemy mentioned by Dunn, an organization that was being suppressed by the various churches. However, becoming a member would also mean losing his freedom. He would even have to live in fear at all times. More importantly, he had no idea where to find them. Even if he managed to obtain the relevant information from the Hanging Man, his life would still be in danger if he were to make contact with them. There was still a chance of a buffer and an exit if he became a civilian. A small one hid in the wilderness, a medium one hid in the city, and a big one hid in the court. Perhaps his identity as a Nighthawk was a better cover. In the future, when he became a high-ranking member of the arbitration tribunal, who would think that he was a heretic and the mastermind behind the secret organization? The morning sun shone and the crimson faded. Looking at the golden sky, Klein made up his mind. I'll find Dunn Smith today and become a civilian of the Nighthawks. You're not asleep? At this moment, Melissa woke up again and pushed the door open. She was surprised to see her brother stretching without any regard for his image. I'm thinking about something. Klein smiled, feeling relaxed. Melissa pondered for a moment before saying, When I'm troubled, I'll list the bad and the good ones one by one. After I'm done, I'll compare them, and I'll get a hint on what I should do. It's a good habit. I do the same, Klein replied with a smile. Melissa relaxed and didn't say anything else. She took the yellowed piece of paper and toiletries to the public bathroom. After breakfast, his sister left. Klein wasn't in a hurry to leave. He was in a good mood to catch up on his sleep. According to what he knew, almost all the taverns weren't open in the morning. At 2 in the afternoon, he smoothed the wrinkles on his top hat with a small brush and handkerchief. He removed the dirt and made it neat again. Then, he went out in a formal suit, as if he was going for an interview. Bisick Street was a little far. Afraid that he would miss the Nighthawks' working hours, Klein didn't walk there. Instead, he waited for the public carriage at the intersection of Iron Cross Street. In the Kingdom of Rouen, there were 2 types of public carriages, trackless and trackless. The former was pulled by 2 horses. Including the top of the carriage, it could seat about 20 people. There was only a general route and there were no specific stop. It was flexible and could stop at any time unless it was full. The latter was operated by a rail carriage company. First, a rail-like device was laid on the main street. The horses would walk on the inside, and the wheels would rotate on top. It was easy and labor-saving, so it could pull a larger double-decker carriage that could seat nearly 50 passengers. The only problem was that the route was fixed, and the stops were fixed. There were many places that couldn't be reached, so it was rather rigid. After about 10 minutes, the sound of wheels hitting the tracks approached. A double-decker carriage stopped in front of the Iron Cross Street stop. "Go to Basic Street," Klein said to the carriage driver. "You'll have to take a turn at Champagne Street, but once you get there, it'll only take about 10 minutes to walk to Basic Street," the carriage driver explained the route. "Then let's go to Champagne Street." Klein nodded in agreement. "It's more than 4 kilometers. 4 pence, a pale-faced youth beside the carriage driver said. He was the staff member in charge of collecting money. "Okay." Klein took out 4 copper pence from his pocket and handed it to him. He walked up to the carriage and found that there weren't many passengers. Even on the first floor there were still several empty seats. "I only have 3 pence on me. I'll have to walk back." Klein pressed down on his hat and sat firmly. Most of the men and women on this floor were sitting in formal attire. There were also some in work clothes and leisurely reading the newspaper, but almost no one spoke. It was rather quiet. Klein closed his eyes to recharge his energy, ignoring the passengers coming and going around him. One stop after another, he finally heard the words, "Champagne Street." He got off the carriage and asked along the road. He soon came to Basic Street and saw the tavern with the brown and yellow hound logo. Klein stretched out his right hand and pushed hard. The heavy door slowly opened, and the noise and impetuous waves of heat rushed in. Although it was still afternoon, there were already many customers in the tavern. Some of them were temporary workers looking for opportunities and waiting to be hired. Some had nothing to do and were numbing themselves with alcohol. The tavern was rather dark. There were 2 large iron cages in the center, 1/3 of which was deep into the ground, leaving no gaps. People gathered around with wooden wine glasses, discussing loudly, cursing, and laughing. Klein glanced curiously and found 2 dogs inside. One was black and white, similar to a husky on Earth. The other was completely black, with shiny fur, strong and fierce. "Do you want to bet?" "Doug has already won 8 matches in a row." A short man wearing a brown bonnet approached and pointed at the black dog as he spoke. "Bet?" Klein was stunned at first, but he immediately came to a realization. Dog fighting. When he was at Koei University, the noble and rich students would always ask him contemptuously and curiously if rude workers and jobless hooligans liked to participate in boxing and gambling in taverns. In addition to boxing and cards, did gambling also include cruel and bloody events such as cockfighting and dog fighting? The short man sneered. "Sir, we are civilized people. We don't do such undignified things." At this point, he muttered softly, "Besides, there was a law last year that forbids such things." "Then what are you betting on?" Klein was curious. "To see who's the better hunter." Just as the short man finished speaking, there was a commotion. He turned to look and waved his hand excitedly. "This match has begun. You can't bet anymore. Wait for the next match." Upon hearing that, Klein tiptoed and raised his head. He looked as far as he could and saw 2 strong men each dragging a sack to the side of the iron cage. They opened the prison door and poured the contents inside. They were gray, disgusting animals. Klein carefully identified them and realized that they were rats. Dozens and hundreds of rats. As the bottom of the iron cage was deep underground, there were no gaps. The rats scurried everywhere but were unable to escape. At this moment, as the cage door closed, the chains on the 2 dogs were undone. "Woof!" The black dog pounced over and bit a rat to death. The black and white dog was dumbfounded at first, but then it excitedly played with the rat. The surrounding people either raised their glasses, stared intently, or shouted loudly. "Bite it to death! Kill it! Doug! What the F***K is this about dogs catching rats?" Klein came to a realization as the corners of his mouth twitched. "The gambling here is actually betting on which dog can catch more rats. Maybe I can even bet on a specific number of rats. No wonder there are people buying live rats at Iron Cross Street. It's really unique. Klein shook his head and retreated in amusement. He bypassed the crowded patrons and came to the front of the bar counter. A new face? The bartender glanced up at him as he wiped his glass. Rye beer is 1p a glass, and Matt beer is 2p, Southville beer is 4p, or would you like a pure malt Lency? I'm looking for Mr. Wright, Klein said bluntly. The bartender whistled and shouted to the side. Old man, someone's looking for you. Oh, who is it? A muffled voice sounded as a drunken old man stood up from behind the bar counter. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Klein. Lad, you're looking for me? Mr. Wright, I want to hire a mercenary team for a mission, Klein answered according to Dunn's instructions. Mercenary team? Are you living in an adventure story? That's long gone. The bartender interrupted with a laugh. Wright was silent for a few seconds. Who told you to come here? Dunn Smith, Klein answered truthfully. Wright immediately chuckled. I understand. Actually, mercenary teams still exist, but in a different form with a more modern name. You can find one on the second floor of 36 Zutland Street. Thank you. Klein thanked him sincerely and squeezed out of the bar. As he was about to leave, the customers around him suddenly quietened down, leaving only a murmur of murmurs. Doug actually lost. Klein shook his head in amusement and left quickly. After asking for directions, he arrived at the nearby Zutland Street. 30, 32, 34. Here. He counted the house numbers and walked into the staircase. Rounding the corner and going up, he saw the vertical signboard and the current name of the so-called mercenary team. Chapter 17. Blackthorn Security Company. When he saw the signboard, Klein was stunned for a long time. It was unexpected but reasonable. Seriously, I don't know how to complain. He shook his head and laughed. He walked up the stairs, reached out his right hand, and knocked on the half-closed door. Knock, knock, knock. The slow and rhythmic knocking echoed, but there was no response from inside the room. There was only the faint sound of tapping. Knock, knock, knock. Klein repeated it again, but it was still the same result. He changed from knocking to pushing, widening the gap. He looked in and saw a set of classic sofas, soft cushioned chairs, and a wooden coffee table. He saw a table right across from him, and a brown-haired girl with her head drooped behind the table. Although the security company signboard was just a disguise, isn't it a little too unprofessional? How long has it been since they had any business? All right, it's not like you need any business. As Klein lampooned, he approached the table and knocked on the girl's ear twice. Knock, knock. The brown-haired girl sat up straight and picked up the newspaper in front of her, covering her face. Tingen City's Honest Newspaper. Good name. Klein silently recited the title of the newspaper that was facing him. The steam locomotive, SOAR, that goes straight to Constant City opens today. Seriously, when can it reach Desi Bay? I don't want to take a boat there anymore. It's too uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Who are you? The brown-haired girl pretended to recite and express her opinion. As she spoke, she lowered the newspaper, revealing her smooth forehead and light brown eyes. She looked at Klein in a fawning manner before turning to look at him in shock. Hello, I'm Klein Moretti. I'm here at the invitation of Mr. Dunn Smith. Klein took off his hat, placed it in front of his chest, and bowed slightly. The brown-haired girl looked to be in her early 20s. She was wearing a light green Rouen-style dress. There were beautiful lace on her sleeves, collar, and chest, making her look even prettier. Captain. All right, wait here. I'll go ask him. The girl hurriedly got up and entered the room from the side door. She didn't even say anything about pouring a cup of water. How worrisome. Klein smiled and waited on the spot. He didn't go to the sofa or chair. After 2 or 3 minutes, the brown-haired girl pushed open the door and came out. Mr. Moretti, please follow me. The captain is on duty at Cheney's Gate today and cannot leave. All right. Klein strode forward warmly, but he was feeling apprehensive inwardly. All right. Klein walked warmly, but he had a thought. Through the partition, the first thing he saw was a corridor that wasn't long. There were only 3 offices on the left and right. Some of these offices were locked, some were open, and the people inside could be seen typing away on heavy mechanical typewriters. At a glance, Klein found a familiar face. The young police officer who had come to search his house the other day. He had black hair, blue eyes, and had the romantic air of a poet. He wasn't wearing a formal suit, and his white shirt wasn't tucked into his pants. He looked unrestrained and unrestrained. Perhaps he really is a poet. Klein nodded in greeting, and the man smiled in return. The brown-haired girl twisted the door to the left of the office and pushed it open. She pointed inside and said with a smile, "We still have to go down a few more flights of stairs." There was nothing in the office, only a grayish-white stone staircase that led downwards. The walls on both sides of the staircase were lit with elegant gas lamps. The stable light dispelled the darkness and brought peace. The brown-haired girl walked in front, staring at her feet as she walked carefully. "Although I often walk here, I'm still afraid. I'm always worried that I'll fall and roll down. You might not know this, but Leonard did something as stupid as that. On the first day he became a sleepless, the first day he had yet to fully grasp his powers. He attempted to run at the speed of a sprint. Then, he turned into a wheel. Haha, it's funny just thinking about it. Yes, it's the guy who greeted you just now. That was 3 years ago. Speaking of which, I've been in the Nighthawks for 5 years. I was only 17 back then." The girl looked at the road as she spoke. Suddenly, she smacked her forehead and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Roshan. My father was an official member of the Nighthawks. He died in an accident 5 years ago. In the future, we should be colleagues. I should use the word colleague. We can't be considered teammates. After all, we're not Beyonders. I hope I can have the honor, but it all depends on what Mr. Smith says." Klein looked around the enclosed area and felt the 2 of them enter the underground. The cold moisture seeped out from the stone walls, dispelling the summer heat. "Don't worry. The fact that you're allowed to come here means that Captain has agreed. I've always been a little afraid of Captain. Although he's very kind, caring, and gives me the feeling of a father, I don't know why, but I'm afraid." Roshan's voice sounded like she had a piece of candy in her mouth. Klein replied humorously, "Isn't it normal to be afraid of a father? That makes sense." Roshan reached out to support herself against the wall at the corner. As they spoke, the 2 of them walked down the spiral staircase and arrived at a flat ground paved with stone slabs. It was a long passageway. The walls on both sides were embedded with gas lamps that were surrounded by metal grids. The light shone down, dragging out Klein's and Roshan's shadows. Klein acutely noticed that there was a dark sacred emblem on the wall at regular intervals. It was the symbol of the Evernight goddess, black as the base, embellished with resplendent embellishments, surrounding exactly half of the crimson moon. Klein keenly noticed that there was a dark sacred emblem on the wall at regular intervals. It was the symbol of the Evernight goddess, black as the base, embellished with resplendence, surrounding exactly half of the crimson moon. The sacred emblems didn't seem special, but walking between them, Klein's mind gradually calmed down. Roshan also shut her mouth, no longer chatting idly like before. Not long after, a crossroad appeared in front of them. The brown-haired girl gave a brief introduction. "The left leads to St. Selena Cathedral. The right leads to the Weapons, Materials, and Documents Vault. Straight ahead leads to Cheney's Gate." "St. Selena Cathedral? Is Zutland Street behind Red Moon Street?" Klein was stunned when he heard that. St. Selena Cathedral on Red Moon Street was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in Tingen City. It was a holy land that local devout believers yearned for. Together with the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in the suburbs and the River and Sea Cathedral of the Church of the Lord of Storms in North Tingen, they supported the religious world of Tingen City and its affiliated towns and villages. Realizing that it wasn't appropriate for him to probe further with his current status, Klein listened in silence. They passed through the crossroad and proceeded straight ahead. In less than a minute, a black iron door with 7 sacred emblems engraved on it appeared before their eyes. It stood there, giving off a heavy, cold, and condescending feeling, like a giant standing guard in the darkness. Cheney's Gate. Roshan mentioned and pointed to the room beside it. Captain is inside. You can go in by yourself. All right, sorry to trouble you, Klein replied politely. The room Roshan pointed to was slightly in front of Cheney's Gate. The window was open and light shone in. Klein took a deep breath and calmly bent his finger. Thump, 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 come in. Dunn Smith's deep and warm voice sounded. Klein gently pushed open the unlatched door and saw a table and 4 chairs inside. Dunn Smith, who had a receding hairline, wore the same black trench coat from the night before. He was leisurely reading the newspaper, and there was a golden watch chain near his chest button. Have a seat. Have you made up your mind? Are you sure you want to join us? Dunn put down the newspaper in his hand and asked with a smile. Klein took off his hat and bowed. He sat by the table and nodded slowly. Yes, I'm sure. Then take a look at this contract. Heh, people like to call it a contract these days. Dunn pulled open the drawer and took out 2 copies of the contract. There weren't many clauses on it. They were mostly what Dunn Smith had mentioned before. The main point was the confidentiality clause. Violators would not go through the kingdom's courts, but would be directly tried by the arbitration tribunal of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, just like how soldiers and officers had to go to military courts. 5-year contract, £2.10 solely weekly salary, 10 solely confidentiality and risk allowance. Klein read through everything and answered seriously, I'm fine with it. Then sign it. Then sign it. Dunn pointed at the dark red fountain pen and ink on the table. Klein first tested the fountain pen with a piece of scrap paper. Then, he secretly took a deep breath and signed his name on the corresponding spot on both contracts, Klein Moretti. As he didn't have a stamp, he could only put his fingerprint on it. Dunn kept the contract and took out a stamp from the drawer. He stamped at the end and a few important spots. After doing all this, he stood up and handed back a contract with one hand. He extended his other hand to Klein. Welcome. From now on, you're one of us. Take note, the contract has to be kept confidential. Klein stood up as well. As he took the contract, he held the other party's hand and smiled. Then should I address you as captain? Yes. Dunn's gray eyes looked abnormally deep in the dim environment. After shaking hands, the two sat down. Klein looked at the stamp on the contract and saw that it said, Tingen Nighthawk Squad, Awa County, Kingdom of Ruan. I really didn't expect you to use Blackthorn Security Company as a cover, he said casually with a smile. Actually, we have another signboard. Dunn took out a piece of paper from the drawer. It was stamped with the seals of the city government and the police department. There were 2 lines of text. 7th Team, Awa County Police Department's Special Operations Department, Kingdom of Ruan. The first 4 teams are normal police in charge of security, such as the VIP Protection Team, Important Site Protection Team, etc. From Team 5 onwards, they deal with supernatural incidents in the various cities in the county. Our Team 7 is in charge of incidents related to the goddess's believers in Tingen. If there are different believers, they will be divided according to the region. We are mainly in charge of places like the North, West, and Golden Industries. Dunn gave a brief introduction. Team 6, which is part of the mandated Punishers from the Church of Storms, is in charge of the Dock, East, and South districts. The University District and the suburbs are under Team 5, which is the Machinery Hive Minds team in Tingen. Yes. Klein couldn't find anything to ask about this matter. He smiled and said, What if someone really comes to us for a mission because of the Blackthorn Security Company's signboard? Of course, why not? as long as it doesn't affect our daily affairs. Dunn spoke slowly and humorously. The money we earn can be treated as an additional bonus. The team members are quite happy to do so. After all, the troublesome and trivial matters like finding cats and dogs are now taken care of by the private detective. How many people do we have in this Nighthawk team? Klein asked, bringing up the topic. There aren't many supernatural incidents, and there aren't many Beyonders either. There are only 6 official Nighthawks in Tingen, including me. There are 6 clerks including you, Dunn answered unhurriedly. Klein nodded and finally asked about the matter he was most concerned about. Captain, what do you mean by Beyonders losing control? Why would they lose control? Chapter 18. Upon hearing Klein's question, Dunn looked out the window at the corridor that led to Cheney's gate. He took out his pipe and stuffed it with tobacco and mint leaf. Then, he brought it to his nose and took a deep whiff. His voice drifted as he sighed. Only at home can I enjoy the wonderful smell of tobacco and peppermint. Klein, do you know the creation myth? Of course, when I received enlightenment in the church's Sunday school, I learned words from the revelation of Evernight. The Book of Wisdom and the Saint's Letter both mentioned the creation myth. As Klein recalled the memories of the original Klein, he slowed down and said, "The Creator woke up from chaos, broke the darkness, and created the first ray of light. He then completely merged with the universe and became all things. His body became the earth and the stars. One of his eyes became the sun, and the other the crimson moon. Part of his blood surged into the sea and rivers, nourishing and nurturing life." At this point, Klein unconsciously paused, partly because the relevant memories were blurred, and partly because the creation myth was somewhat similar to the Pangu creation myth of the foodies. People from different parts of the world had similar imaginations when it came to myths and legends. Seeing that Klein had encountered a difficult problem, Dunn smiled and helped him add, "His lungs evolved into elves. His heart evolved into giants. His liver evolved into treants. His head evolved into dragons. His kidneys evolved into feathered serpents. His hair evolved into immortal birds. His ears evolved into demonic wolves. His mouth and teeth evolved into mutants. His remaining body fluids evolved into sea monsters, the essence of which was Naga. His stomach, his small intestines, and the evil parts of his body evolved into demons, evil spirits, and various unknown evil existences. His spirit evolved into the eternal Sun, the Lord of Storms, the God of knowledge and wisdom. His wisdom gave birth to human beings. That was the first era, the era of chaos." Klein said the last sentence, feeling amused and ridiculous. As a keyboard folklorist, this was the first time he had come across such a detailed creation myth. It was so detailed that every ranked race was derived from which part of the Creator was detailed. It was as if they were eating fruits in a row. Furthermore, it wasn't only the Evernight goddess's canon that said so. The churches of the Lord of Storms and the God of Steam and Machinery also had similar descriptions. They didn't elevate themselves and belittle the other deities. This either meant that the creation myth was true, or it vaguely revealed that the major churches had finally reached an agreement after a long period of struggle and compromise before the Fifth Era. Thinking of this, Klein suddenly had another question. He frowned and said, "I think there's something wrong with this. Why was the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom born directly from the Creator's spirit, but not the goddess?" In the prehistoric records of the revelation of Evernight, the Evernight goddess only awoke at the end of the second epoch. Together with the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and other deities, they protected and helped humanity survive the cataclysm. It was also commonly known as the third epoch, the Cataclysm epoch. Earth Mother and the God of Combat also appeared at the same time. The God of Steam and Machinery, originally known as the God of Craftsmanship, was only born in the fourth epoch. In this way, the status of the gods seemed to be self-evident. It was extremely clear who was more ancient and who was more orthodox. This caused a certain amount of trouble among the believers of the Evernight goddess. Dunn Smith held his pipe in his other hand and asked a question instead of answering him. Describe the goddess's honorific name in full. Klein immediately felt like he had stabbed himself. He racked his brains and tried his best to recall. She is the Evernight goddess who is more noble than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. She is also the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, and the Mistress of Repose and Silence. Thankfully, Klein's mother was a devout believer of the Evernight goddess. When she was alive, she would recite it every evening and during meals. Even if the original Klein's memories were fragmented, he wouldn't have completely lost it. What does the Lady of Crimson symbolize? Dunn asked in a guiding tone. The crimson moon. The moment Klein said that, he seemed to come to a realization. Then, which part of the Creator was the crimson moon formed from? Dunn asked with a smile. A single eye. Klein looked at him and smiled. This was in no way inferior to the Lord of Storms, which was formed from the Creator's psyche splitting into three. As for the churches of Earth Mother and the God of Combat, they likely had similar theories. Only the God of Steam and Machinery was born too late to find a reason. Their church had always been weak for the past 1,000 years until the invention of the steam engine gave them the upper hand. Only then did they truly stand on equal footing with the others. Dunn stroked his pipe and said, "Humans are born from the wisdom of the Creator, so we have a smart and extraordinary brain, but we lack other magical abilities. However, from the creation myth we can draw a simple and clear conclusion, and that is, all things are born from the same source. Originate from the same source." Klein repeated the last few words. Based on this conclusion, humans who fought against giants, devils, and mutants under the blessings of the gods gradually figured out a way to obtain beyonder powers. That is to use evil spirits, dragons, monsters, and the corresponding parts of magical trees, flowers, or crystals, together with other ingredients to concoct a potion. Then, after consuming and absorbing them, one would grasp different abilities. This is common knowledge among all mysticism schools of thought. Dunn didn't go into too much detail as he gave a brief introduction. In this process, our ancestors learned a painful lesson. If one directly consumed a high-grade and extraordinary potion, it would easily lead to a tragic outcome. There are only 3 possibilities. Which 3? Klein pressed curiously. First, the mind dies and the body collapses. Every piece of flesh and blood turns into a terrifying monster. Second, the power contained in the potion instantly changes your personality. You become cold, sensitive, easily angered, cruel, and indifferent to everything. Third, Dunn put down his pipe, picked up the porcelain cup beside him, and took a sip. Fermo coffee from the Paz Valley. It's very bitter but also very fragrant. The aftertaste is great. Do you want a cup? I prefer Fainapotter's Highland coffee. Of course, I've only had it at Welch's a few times, Klein declined politely. What's the third? Mental disorder, going crazy on the spot, more demonic than a demon. This is what it means to lose control. Dunn emphasized the word lose control. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he put down the coffee cup and continued. After a long period of experimentation and exploration, together with the birth of the blasphemy slate, humans finally perfected the potion system and formed a sequence chain that progressively increases. The lower the sequence number, the higher the grade of the potion. To this day, the 7 churches each have at least one complete sequence. In addition, there are also incomplete paths that were gathered over the past few centuries or millennia. Blasphemy slate. Klein acutely caught on to the term. At the gathering, the hanging man had also mentioned it. According to the hanging man, the blasphemy slate was the most crucial factor in the formation and completion of the potion system. This was different from what Dunn had said. This is something created by some evil god. As for which era it appeared in, what's recorded on it, and what's special about it, I'm not too sure. If you discover any clues, you have to report it to me immediately. It has the highest level of response. Dunn vaguely explained, I just mentioned one type of loss of control. Now I'll talk about the remaining four. Okay. Klein threw the question of the blasphemy slate to the back of his mind and focused on listening. Although humans only have smart brains and no other beyonder powers, this isn't absolute. There are always some lucky ones, or should I say unlucky ones, who are born with relatively high spiritual perception. Yes, it's also the ability to sense spirit. They can hear sounds that others can't hear, see things that others can't see, and have some beyonder characteristic. As Dunn spoke, he looked at the emptiness around him, leaving Klein shuddering. In other words, they are equivalent to half a sequence 9 beyonder. They have fixed characteristics. Sequence 9 is the lowest level in the chain. In short, they can only choose the corresponding, fixed sequence pathway. If they consume other potions, there will be mild mental abnormalities, serious loss of control, and even more serious death. Got it. Klein nodded slowly. The third type of loss of control is similar to the second. Once you choose a sequence chain, you can only follow that path to the end. There's no way of regretting it. If you consume another path, with a suitable sequence potion, although there's a high chance that you will obtain blended, strange, and warped powers, it's almost certain that you will be in a half-mad state. You might be sensitive and easily angered, cruel and bloodthirsty, or silent and melancholic. And there's only one such opportunity. In the future, be it consuming the potion from the original path, or the current sequence potion, there's only one outcome: loss of control. It depends on whether you die mentally, your body collapses into a monster, or become an evil spirit. As Dunn spoke, he picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. Klein, who was trembling in fear, fell silent for a few seconds. Then, he asked, what about the fourth type of loss of control? The fourth type. That's one of the most common problems. When we consume potions, we will obtain powers that originally belonged to beyonder species. It's considered an unnatural evolution, and we will more or less be affected by remnant mental effects. Perhaps there won't be any symptoms, and outsiders won't be able to detect it, but there will definitely be some hidden in our hearts. Before we fully grasp the extraordinary powers brought about by the potion and eliminate those subtle traces, recklessly consuming the corresponding potion of a higher sequence will result in the accumulation of madness and loss of control. Dunn suddenly fell silent. After pausing for a moment, he sighed and said, We Nighthawks have an internal rule that even if a member has made great contributions, he has to consume the previous potion for 3 years and pass the corresponding examination before he can be promoted. But even so, there are many people who lose control because of this every year. How terrifying! Klein drew a breath and said, What about the last type? What about the last type? The corners of Dunn's mouth curled up, but there was no hint of a smile. The fifth type is also the most common reason for losing control. For beyonders, their spiritual perception is more or less enhanced. The smaller the sequence number, the greater the enhancement. Therefore, they can hear sounds that others can't hear, see things that others can't see, and encounter things that others can't. They are constantly under the temptation of mysteries and illusions. Once there's any other stimulation or greed, they will slowly lose control. As he spoke, Dunn turned to look straight at him. His gray eyes reflected Klein's figure. His tone turned bleak. The founder of the modern Nighthawks, Archbishop Chanes, once said, We are guardians, but also a bunch of pitiful wretches who are constantly fighting against danger and madness. Chapter 19. We are guardians, but also a bunch of pitiful wretches that are constantly fighting against danger and madness. The corridor outside the window was sealed, and the stone walls were ice-cold. The room was illuminated by a bright yellow light. Dunn Smith's recount lingered in such an environment, striking Klein's heart again and again, rendering him momentarily speechless. Seeing Klein's silence, Dunn shook his head and smiled. Are you disappointed? Beyonders are different from what you imagine them to be. We are always walking with danger. There's definitely a price to gain. Klein calmed down from the shock and replied in a measured tone. He really didn't expect that other than the glorious, extraordinary side of Beyonders, there would also be such hidden dangers. However, perhaps it was because he had only heard the description and hadn't truly encountered it, or perhaps it was because he had already been embroiled in this vortex, and there was no telling when a strange incident would befall him. His fear, anxiety, worry, and fear quickly reduced to a manageable level. Of course, it was inevitable that the thought of retreating arose. He was entangled and refused to leave. Not bad. Very mature and very rational. Dunn finished the remaining mouthful of coffee and added, also, Beyonders aren't as powerful as you imagine them to be. Low-sequence Beyonders, why do you use 1 to represent the highest grade and 9 to represent the lowest? This goes against intuition and logic. The low sequence we usually talk about refers to the lower grade, and the higher number is the beginning of the sequence chain. Alright, where was I? Yes, Beyonders aren't as powerful as you imagine them to be. The strength of low-sequence Beyonders can't compare to firearms, much less cannons. It's just that in certain aspects, they are more magical than firearms and harder to guard against. If you have the chance to become a Beyonder in the future, you must consider what I said today carefully. Don't make a rash decision. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. I still don't know when I'll have the chance. If there was such an opportunity, he felt that he would not miss it. Consuming the wrong potion or a potion of a higher level could be avoided to the greatest extent. The main hidden dangers were the subtle effects of the potion itself and the unknown danger he heard and saw after his spiritual perception was enhanced. The former had generations of experience as a reference. As long as he wasn't in a hurry to improve himself and steadily grasped his strength, the chances of him losing control should be relatively low. Furthermore, his main goal was to resolve the potential danger at hand, understand the essence of mysticism, and find a way to transmigrate back. That was why he had taken this step. He wasn't aiming for the position of a high-sequence Beyonder. If it was really easy to lose control, he could just not advance and stay in his original sequence, relying on his knowledge to plan his return home. There was no need to even mention the latent dangers. Klein still had fresh memories of the luck enhancement ritual that drove him to the brink of insanity, to the point where his head was about to explode. This wasn't something that could be avoided just by not becoming a Beyonder. In that case, he might as well grasp some strength that could resist it. Thinking of this, Klein only felt that the pros and cons were so clear that most of the thoughts of retreating in his heart disappeared. Dunn picked up his pipe again. There was a smile in his gray eyes as he said, "Regarding this matter, I can't give an accurate answer. To become a Beyonder, firstly, you have to make enough contributions. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after, you will be able to decipher a key ancient document, or provide us with extremely useful suggestions for the case. Secondly, it depends on whether the higher-ups have any new ideas. No one can say for sure. All right, I believe you should have a better understanding of Beyonders now. In the future, you won't make any rash decisions. Now, I'll introduce you to the clerical work of our Nighthawks team." He stood up, walked to the door, and pointed in the opposite direction of Cheney's gate. "They are all professionals, so there's no need for them to take turns. They rest on Sundays every week. The remaining 3 clerical jobs are Roshan, Bright, and Old Neil. Their jobs include receiving visitors, cleaning rooms, writing case files and item declaration lists, as well as guarding the warehouse of weapons, materials, and documents. They are strictly responsible for entry, exit, and return registration. Each of them takes a day off every week. Other than Sundays, there's also the rotation of night duty and rest. It's up to them to decide." "I'm doing the same thing as Roshan and the rest?" Klein stopped thinking about Beyonders and confirmed his job responsibilities. No, you don't need to. You're a professional. Dunn smiled and said, You currently have 2 things to do. First, every morning or afternoon, go out for a walk. The focus is on the various paths from Welch's residence to your house. Klein was dumbfounded. What kind of job is this? Is it very professional? Dunn stuffed his hands into the pockets of his black trench coat and said, After confirming that you've really lost your memories, Welch and Naya's case is considered closed. Similarly, the Antigonus family's diary has completely disappeared. We suspect that you took it with you and hid it on your way home. That's why we didn't find any clues at your house. This should also be the possible reason why you weren't at the scene of the crime, but committed suicide at home. Although you've been mysteriously influenced and have completely forgotten these memories, the human spirit and brain are very strange. There might still be some traces left behind. Daly couldn't obtain them using her spirit medium means, but that doesn't mean that they definitely don't exist. Perhaps you might have the feeling that you've seen or done something before in a familiar place or at a key location. That's what we want. Got it. Klein was enlightened. The Nighthawk's deduction of the diary's whereabouts was indeed reasonable. Among the people present, he was the only one who was still alive. Only he had the time and motive to take the diary away and hide it midway. If you can find the diary this way, you should be able to gain enough credit to become a Beyonder. Dunn Smith encouraged him, indirectly hinting at the importance of the diary. Let's hope so. Klein nodded. Dunn changed the topic back to the previous topic. Second, you will take a day off every week. You can temporarily decide which day it is. When you're not outside, go to the armory and read the documents and classics we preserve. This is the job of a professional historian. When you're done, you will take turns with old Neil and the rest. All right, no problem. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. It's not too difficult. At this moment, Dunn turned his body halfway and pointed at the black iron door with 7 sacred emblems engraved on it. This is the Cheney's Gate. It comes from the name of the founder of the modern Nighthawks, Archbishop Cheney's. There's one under the central cathedral of every major city. It's guarded by official Nighthawks members on a rotation basis. There are at least 2 keepers from the church inside, as well as countless traps. You must not approach it casually, or you'll be tainted by bad luck. Sounds impressive. Klein expressed his thoughts. It's divided into a few areas. They keep certain sequence potion formulas and all kinds of magical ingredient. They temporarily imprison heretics, mutants, cultists, and secret organization members. They'll eventually be sent to the Holy Cathedral, Dunn introduced casually. Holy Cathedral? The headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in the Winter County in the north of the kingdom, the Cathedral of Serenity? Klein nodded slightly as though he was in thought. In addition, there are all kinds of high-secret documents and classics inside. You might have a chance to read them when your clearance is raised. Dunn pondered for a moment and said, There are some sealed artifacts in the bottom level behind Cheney's Gate. Sealed artifacts? Klein ruminated on the term. It sounded like a proper noun. Some of the Beyonder items we collect and obtain are too important and magical. If evil were to obtain them, they would cause great damage. Therefore, they have to be kept strictly confidential and guarded. Even we ourselves can only use them under certain circumstances. Also, at this point, Dunn paused before continuing, and there's a portion of them that are very special. They have a certain living characteristic. They will lure the keepers and affect the surroundings. They will escape on their own, causing catastrophic consequences. They have to be kept under strict control. It's very magical, Klein said wistfully. The Nighthawks headquarters has divided these sealed artifacts into 4 levels. Grade 0 means that they are extremely dangerous, highly valued, and highly confidential. They cannot be inquired about, divulged, described, or spied on. They can only be sealed under the Holy Cathedral. Dunn explained in detail. Grade 1 means that they are highly dangerous. They can only be used in limited amounts. The confidentiality level is for diocesan bishops and Nighthawks deacons and above. The central cathedrals of diocesan headquarters, such as Bakeland, can store 1 or 2 of them. The rest have to be handed over to the Holy Cathedral. Grade 2 means that they are dangerous. They have to be used carefully and in moderation. The confidentiality level is for bishops and Nighthawk team captains and above. The central cathedrals of the major cities can store 3 to 5 of them. The rest have to be handed over to the Holy Cathedral or the parish headquarters. Grade 3 means that they are dangerous. They have to be used carefully. It can only be applied for in a 3-person operation. The confidentiality level is for official Nighthawks members. In the future, when you see the corresponding documents, you should understand what they represent through the numbers. For example, 2 to 125 is a dangerous grade sealed artifact 125. As Dunn spoke, he suddenly turned around and walked back to his room. He took out a piece of paper from the bottom of the drawer. By the way, take a look at this. 3 years ago, a new archbishop lost control. It's unknown how he broke through the layers of protection, but he mysteriously disappeared with a grade 0 sealed artifact. Remember his picture. If you discover anything, do not alarm him or disturb him. Come back and report it. Otherwise, there's a 1000% chance that you will die in the line of duty. What? Klein took the piece of paper and realized that there wasn't a header. There was only a black and white photo and a few lines of text. In Zangwill, male. 40 years old. Former archbishop. Gatekeeper who failed to advance. Seduced by a devil, he degenerated into evil. He escaped with sealed artifact 0-08. The specific characteristics are: in the photo, Zangwill was wearing a double-breasted pure black clergyman robe and a bonnet. His hair was dark gold, and his pupils were so blue that they were almost black. His nose bridge was high, and his lips were tightly pursed. His facial features were like a classical sculpture without any wrinkles. The most eye-catching feature was that he was blind in one eye. The description of the degenerate is very detailed, and there's only a codename for the sealed artifact. Klein truthfully expressed his first impression. Therefore, it's of the highest level of confidentiality. The search for sealed artifact 0-08 is all verbal descriptions and not written in text. Furthermore, there's only a little information about it. Dunn sighed and said, 0-08 has the appearance of a common quill, but it doesn't need ink to write. That's all. Dunn didn't elaborate on this matter. He followed the golden chain on his black trench coat and took out a gorgeous pocket watch of the same color. He snapped it open and took a look. He pointed outside the door and said, "I've said everything that needs to be said. Go to the armory and find old Neil. Get him to arrange for you to read the specific literature. He's not an ordinary civilian worker. He was once an official member, but he's old and hasn't been promoted. His physical condition isn't good, and he's no longer suitable for handling cases. Furthermore, he's unwilling to become an internal keeper or recuperate at home. He only wishes to be accompanied by literature.